Welcome to a journey through the darkness, where mysterious stories from all over the world await to be told. In these 26 tales, you will step into cold houses, foggy forests, and the deep recesses of the human mind, where truth and fear intertwine inextricably. From the whispers echoing up from the basement in São Paulo, the old wooden box buried beneath the Tasmania forest, to the shadowy figure in the Moscow bathroom mirror, each story is a door cracked open, leading you to unsolved mysteries. We have recreated these stories, preserving the chilling essence of the original while adding new details, unexpected twists, moments that make your heart race, and haunting questions that linger. These are not just stories to read, they are to be felt, imagined, and to make you wonder, what lurks in the darkness around you? Prepare yourself, for each story will pull you deeper into a world where the boundary between real and unreal begins to blur. If you are brave enough, step into the first story, and remember, what you see, hear, or feel may not just be imagination. Many more secrets are waiting for you to uncover ahead. In the scorching heat of the summer of 2005, my best friend Wayne and I, who had known each other since our school days, decided to escape the suffocating air of Idaho Falls and seek some tranquility at Upper Swager Lake, a secluded lake perched between the desolate Lost River range of Idaho. We had planned to fish there all day, a place rarely visited by anyone, known only to the locals. But from the moment the wheels hit the rugged dirt road leading into the canyon, I could feel an unusual chill cutting through my thin shirt, even though the sun was still blazing high above. The engine's roar blended with the sound of wind howling through the dry canyon gaps, but somewhere I heard another sound, a faint whisper echoing from afar, vague like a call from the bottom of a chasm. The journey to the lake was a real challenge. The path to the lake was no easy feat. Over 2 miles of hiking with a nearly 1,000-foot incline, enough to exhaust anyone. But what was strange was that, despite sweating profusely, that cold still clung to my skin, like an invisible hand tightening around my throat. Wayne, who had never believed in ghosts or spirits, sneered when I muttered about a bad feeling. "What's wrong with you? It's just mountain wind," he teased in a carefree tone. But when we reached the shore of the lake, I saw his gaze flicker, not because of exhaustion, but because of something lurking in the eerie silence of this place. The lake sat nestled among jagged, barren peaks, surrounded by sparse pine forests, where the rare sunlight barely pierced the canopy. No one in sight, no birds chirping, just the sound of water gently lapping against the rocky shore like the whisper of someone watching us from a distance. I set up my fishing rod, trying to focus on baiting the hook, but my mind kept drifting back to the stories my grandfather used to tell, about lost souls in the Lost River range, souls that would never rest, trapped beneath the waters of Upper Swager Lake, hunting for the living. I scoffed at my own imagination, but then a loud boom echoed from the canyon, startling both of us. Wayne turned to me, shrugged. "Probably just some guys shooting for fun. I'm used to it." But that sound wasn't like a gunshot. It was deeper, more violent, as if something had been ripped from the earth, and I knew this trip was no longer just a typical getaway. We began fishing, trying to enjoy some peace amidst the wild nature. The fish were biting well, especially the golden trout, which I didn't like due to their muddy taste. But as the sunlight gradually faded, casting a misty darkness over the surface of the lake, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. Every time I reeled in my line, I glanced at the water, almost imagining seeing dark shapes drifting beneath the deep waters, not fish, but something more alive lurking from below. The boom echoed again, closer than before, followed by a cold gust of wind that shook the surrounding pines. Wayne stopped laughing, gripping his fishing rod tightly. "Do you hear that?" "It's not a gun," he whispered, his voice faltering. I nodded, my heart pounding. The sound was now clearer. Not the noise of gunpowder, but the roar of a gigantic machine trapped underground, struggling to break free. We stood still, listening, when a sharp screech suddenly cut through the air, like metal scraping against rock. I turned to Wayne, but his gaze was no longer fixed on the canyon. He was looking up at the sky, his face pale. In the deep blue sky, a strange dark cloud began to form. It didn't drift like normal clouds. It spiraled, expanding and contracting as if something alive was inside. I felt goosebumps rise as the cloud slowly descended, coming closer toward the lake. "Run!" I yelled, but my feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground. Wayne grabbed my hand, pulling me, but before we could escape, the surface of the lake shook. A waterspout, dozens of meters high, shot up from the center of the lake, carrying a nauseating, decayed stench, like rotting flesh. From within the spout I briefly saw a figure, not human, not animal, but something distorted, with long, writhing limbs as if it was reaching out for us. We hurried back to the campsite, hearts racing, hoping the campfire would ward off the fear. But when we arrived, the fire had gone out, even though we had just lit it less than an hour ago. The ashes were cold, as though extinguished by an invisible hand. And then, from a distance, a hoarse laugh echoed. Not human, but something, playing with our terror. Wayne gripped my hand tightly, whispering, "Do you hear it? It knows we're here." I didn't respond because at that moment, I saw glowing red eyes from the bushes across the way, motionless, unblinking, just staring at us, as if waiting for the final moment. The red eyes never left us, like two smoldering embers burning quietly in the darkness. I could feel Wayne's heavy breathing next to me, but I wasn't any better, my throat dry, my hands and legs trembling. "What the hell is that?" he whispered, his voice choked. I didn't answer, not because I didn't want to, but because I couldn't. An invisible pressure weighed down on my chest, as if that thing was draining the life from me with just a gaze. Then it stepped out of the shadows. It wasn't the glowing ball of light from legend, but a tall, gaunt creature, its grayish skin dripping as though it had just emerged from the depths of the lake. Its head tilted to one side. No hair, no nose, just a wide, gaping mouth with jagged teeth like broken rocks. It stood still, several hundred feet away, but I could feel it closer than that, as if it was right behind me. Its long, twisted limbs swayed slightly, each finger ending in a claw curved like a scythe, glistening in the moonlight. Wayne screamed, running toward the car, but I couldn't move. The creature didn't chase him. It just tilted its head further, then emitted a horrifying sound, a screech mixed with laughter like hundreds of voices blending in agony. Suddenly the ground trembled, small cracks spreading from beneath my feet, releasing a pungent sulfur smell. I stumbled, my hands gripping the earth, but that thing still didn't move forward. It just stood there staring at me, as if waiting. "Run!" Wayne yelled from a distance, the engine roaring. But when I turned back, the car was gone. No Wayne, no headlights, only me and that thing in the darkness. I stumbled to my feet, rushing toward the tent, hoping to find some shelter. But when I unzipped the tent, it wasn't our belongings inside. It was a deep black pit leading into the earth. From the hole I heard whispers, not one, but dozens of voices, calling my name. "Jake, Jake, come here." The voices echoed in my head, pulling me toward the darkness like an irresistible invitation. I turned around, and the creature was right in front of me, less than a meter away. Its mouth was wide open, revealing a dark throat like an endless tunnel. I fell back screaming, but no sound escaped. It leaned down, its rancid breath hitting my face, and I realized the terrifying truth. Those red eyes weren't eyes. They were two empty voids, pulling my soul out of my body. I don't know how long I was unconscious, but when I woke up, everything was terrifyingly silent. No creature, no deep pit, no whispers, just me, lying on the cold grass by the lake. The moon had set, and the sky was pitch black like a curtain burying hope. I groped around me, searching for any trace of Wayne or the car, but there was nothing, just a broken fishing rod and a torn tent, as if it had been shredded from the inside by claws. I checked my watch. 2 a.m., even though just moments ago, it had still been twilight. Time had bent, and I was no longer sure where I was, or if I was even alive. I stood up, my legs trembling, and began walking along the lake's shore, hoping to find a way back. But every step seemed to bring me back to the starting point, as if this lake was a magical circle trapping me. Then I heard it, the sound of water slapping hard, not from the wind but from something rising from the depths. I turned around, and from the middle of the lake, a massive shape appeared. Not the same entity as before, but a round, ball-like monster, glowing with a bright yellow light. Yet inside I saw hundreds of twisted human faces screaming silently. It hovered in the air, several hundred feet above the ground, then suddenly exploded in a burst of blinding light and a roar that shook the very mountain. I fell to the ground, covering my head, feeling the earth crack beneath me. When I opened my eyes, everything was silent again. But on the surface of the lake, dozens of translucent figures floated, staring at me with blank white eyes. "Wayne?" I called, but there was no response. A figure stepped onto the shore. No, it didn't step. It drifted toward me. It was wearing clothes like Wayne's, but the face was not his. It was a decayed corpse, skin peeling off, eyes bulging as if about to fall out of its sockets. "You left me," it said, its hoarse voice echoing all around. I backed away, but other figures advanced, surrounding me, repeating that same phrase like a deadly refrain. I ran, charging into the forest, but the trees seemed to come alive, dry, branches wrapping around my legs, roots emerging like hands pulling me down. I screamed, kicked, but it was useless. Then I saw it, a small cave hidden behind the bushes. I crawled inside, hoping to escape, but inside, I found the journal of a 19th century explorer. The scrawled words told of the Lake of Cursed Souls, a place where anyone who entered became part of it. The last line read, "They do not die. They wait." And under the faint light, I saw my name written in fresh blood, right below it. I threw the journal down, my heart racing. My name written in blood. It couldn't be real. I tried to convince myself that this was a joke, but the strong scent of blood and the trembling handwriting revealed the horrifying truth. The cave shook. Cold droplets of water fell from the stone ceiling, and the whispering began again, clearer this time. "You belong here." I turned around, but the entrance had vanished, replaced by a solid stone wall. I was trapped. I groped in the dark, searching for an escape, but my hands touched something soft, cold. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw dozens of bodies hanging from the cave ceiling, grayish skin, white eyes, mouths wide open as if they were screaming. One of them turned its head to look at me, and I realized it was Wayne. Not the ghost from before, but his real body pierced into the rock with black cords like living veins. "You can't run," he said, His voice no longer Wayne's, but the voice of hundreds of souls blended together. I screamed, pounding my hands against the stone wall, but each punch only made the cave close in, squeezing me into a tighter space. Then I heard the sound of claws scraping on rock. The gaunt creature from before emerged from the shadows, but this time it didn't stand still. It lunged at me faster than a flash, and I barely had time to close my eyes before its claws sank into my shoulder. The pain was unbearable, but I didn't die. Instead, I felt my body grow lighter, as if being sucked out of myself. When I opened my eyes, I was no longer in the cave. I was standing on the lake, on the surface of the water, surrounded by translucent figures. I looked at my hands. They were transparent, glowing with a faint yellow light. I had become one of them. The creature stood before me, grinning with its broken teeth. "Welcome home," it said, then vanished into the air. I wanted to scream, to run, but I no longer had control over my body. The other souls surrounded me, whispering my name, pulling me down to the bottom of the lake. But the real twist came. When I woke up again, not at the lake but in the car next to Wayne. He was driving, talking cheerfully, as if nothing had happened. "Did you sleep well?" he asked. I nodded, but when I looked in the rearview mirror I didn't see my reflection, only the glowing red eyes of the creature, staring at me from the back seat, smiling. I realized I had never left the lake. It had all been an illusion created by it, and now I was the next prey, waiting for a new victim on the road leading to Upper Swager Lake. I am Jake, 10 years old, a kid who isn't afraid of anything. I grew up in the suburbs of Australia, where the forests only stretch for a few hundred acres, nothing like the vast woods of America. But that night changed everything. That evening, I rode my old bicycle to the outskirts of town, where the tall trees swallowed up the last rays of daylight. I got lost, but I wasn't panicking. I knew a lot about surviving outdoors thanks to my family's regular camping trips and the YouTube videos I was obsessed with. Just find a stream, I told myself. I'll be fine. As dusk fell, the air became heavy like lead. The sounds of birds and rustling leaves faded, leaving behind an eerie silence. I propped my bike up against a gnarled tree, my breath starting to quicken. A strange cold wind blew through, bringing with it a foul smell like rotting meat. I gathered a few dry branches and started a small fire to fend off the darkness that was creeping closer. The flickering flames cast shadows on the tree trunks, creating distorted figures that seemed to dance in a nightmare. Then I heard it, a dry crackling sound from a distance. I looked up, my heart pounding. Through the firelight, I briefly saw a pale figure lurking behind the bushes. A rabbit? I wondered, trying to stay calm. But when I waved, it didn't run. It stood still, its eyes glowing like two embers in the dark, staring directly at me. A chilling sensation ran down my spine. I didn't know it then, but in that moment, I had awakened something that should not exist. The fire crackled, but the cold wouldn't go away. I sat huddled, my eyes locked on the figure. It was a small deer standing right at the edge of the firelight, staring directly at me. I forced a smile, waved my hand again, hoping it would leave. But it took a step forward, slowly, as though the fire was pulling it in. The sound of dry branches snapping under its feet was steady, crack, crack, making me grip my pocket knife tighter, a gift from my dad when I turned 8. Then a louder crash came from the bushes behind me. I jumped, turned around, and when I looked back, the small deer was gone. In its place, a massive male deer, emerged from the darkness, its antlers sharp like daggers, its red eyes reflecting the firelight. I jumped to my feet, stumbling back, but tripping over a root and falling hard to the ground. It moved forward, each step heavy, and I realized the horrifying truth. One of its legs was burning in my fire, but it didn't react. The fur was singed, smoke rising, and the smell of charred meat mixed with damp earth made me gag. I screamed, bolting into the forest, leaving behind the bike and the fire. The sound of its footsteps chased me, slow but steady, like a predator knowing I couldn't escape. I ran through thorns, branches whipping my face, blood trickling down my cheek. Suddenly, I tumbled down a slope. When I looked up, it stood at the top, its massive dark silhouette etched against the strange red moonlit sky. Then it let out a roar, not a deer's call, but a deep, rasping screech, like someone being strangled. I curled into a ball, bracing for death, but then it began to twitch. Its bones cracked, its flesh ripped open, its body folding as though being crushed. Before my eyes, it transformed. No longer a deer, but a lanky creature, with translucent gray skin, revealing the black veins beneath. Its long arms touched the ground, its head tilted, its red eyes turning white, boring into me. I couldn't scream anymore, my throat dry as ash. The creature stood still, but its gaze cut through me like a knife, pulling every fear I had deep inside, out. I fumbled around for something to defend myself, but all I touched was the earth and decaying leaves. Then it spoke, not with its mouth, but through a series of distorted sounds that echoed inside my head. Run. Away. The voice was eerily identical to mine when I was a child, but cold, hollow. I ran deep into the forest, not caring which direction. The sound of its footsteps echoed, thud, thud, slow, but relentless. I crossed a stream, the freezing water up to my knees, but I didn't dare stop. The forest wasn't silent anymore. Insects screeched wildly, the wind howled, like a warning. What was even more terrifying, a singing voice echoed from afar. A lullaby my mother used to sing to me, but it was distorted, out of tune, as if someone was singing through murky water. I tripped, my head slamming into a rock. Blood poured into my eyes, blurring my vision. When I looked up, it was standing right in front of me, less than a meter away. Its rancid breath hit me, its skin shimmering under the red moonlight, black veins twisting like a living spider's web. Its hand reached out, claws mere inches from my throat. You see me, it whispered, my voice echoing from its mouth. I closed my eyes, waiting for death. But then, it stepped back, raising its head and letting out a roar, a sound that tore the air apart, shaking the forest. When I opened my eyes, it was gone, leaving behind a scrap of paper on the ground, written in charcoal, "I will find you." I trembled as I picked it up, and when I looked up, dozens of red eyes glowed from the darkness around me. The hoarse laughter rang out, not from one but from a whole pack, as if the entire forest had come to life to hunt me. I don't know how long I ran, but by the time the sun rose, I found myself at the edge of the forest, my clothes torn, my limbs covered in scratches. I walked straight to the familiar road and ran home, not telling anyone about what happened, fearing they wouldn't believe me. The small house appeared, warm and safe, but I no longer felt that way. The crumpled piece of paper in my hand, the words, "I will find you," etched deep into my mind. I burned it in the kitchen, watching the flames consume every charcoal mark, hoping to erase the nightmare, but it didn't stop. That night, lying in bed with my eyes stinging from lack of sleep, I heard a light scratching sound on the window. Scratch. Scratch. I pulled the blanket over my head, my heart pounding, telling myself it was just the wind. But the scratching turned into knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Steady, patient. I didn't dare look, but the feeling of being watched pressed down on me. The knocking stopped and I thought I had escaped. Then a voice whispered right next to my ear, though I was alone. You can't escape. The next morning, I went to see Mrs. May, the oldest person in town, known for her tales of the supernatural. She looked at me, her cloudy eyes flashing with fear as I told her what had happened. You've met it, she whispered. It's not a deer, not a person. It's a forest spirit, cursed since the time of the natives, hunting those who look into its eyes. She handed me a bag of ash and salt, telling me to sprinkle it around the house. But she warned, if it's chosen you, it won't let go. The last night before my family moved away, I didn't sleep. I sat in my room, the light on, clutching the bag of salt. Then I heard footsteps, not from outside the door, but from the ceiling. Thud, thud. A hoarse laugh echoed from under the bed. I jumped to the floor, looked into the darkness beneath and saw glowing white eyes flash, along with a twisted smile full of sharp teeth. I kept my promise, it said, before disappearing. Now, at 21, I have never returned to that forest, but every night when I turn off the lights I still hear the knocking, knock, knock, knock from the darkness, like a reminder that it's still waiting. One summer afternoon in 1989, in a remote suburb of New South Wales, my mother, a strong but cautious woman, and her close friend Susan were planning to drive to the nearby town for shopping. It was an ordinary day, with no warning of the nightmare, about to unfold as my mother drove with her friend Susan. My mother and Susan just wanted to go shopping in the nearby town. My mother wasn't superstitious, but even she felt something was wrong when they took a shortcut through the forest. But as the old Holden Commodore rumbled down the dusty dirt road, my mother felt an unusual cold draft crawl over her neck, even though the summer heat was blazing through the open window. Susan, ever carefree, scoffed as my mother muttered about her uneasy feeling. You worry too much, Jan, she said in a light voice. They had chosen a shortcut through the forest, a narrow road lined with towering eucalyptus trees, their thick canopies blocking out the light. The engine hummed, steadily, but amidst the rows of trees my mother heard heavy footsteps running parallel to the car, hidden behind the bushes. She glanced in the rearview mirror but saw only the swaying shadows of trees. Do you hear that? She asked Susan, but Susan turned up the radio to drown out the strange silence. The song, Sweet Child O' Mine, played, but it couldn't chase away the growing feeling of being stalked that filled my mother's mind. As the car drove deeper into the forest, the light gradually faded even though the sun hadn't yet set. Dry branches reached out, scraping against the roof, leaving a chilling screech. Suddenly, the radio cut out, replaced by static mixed with whispering sounds, not human, but more like wind being squeezed into words. Susan turned, her smile gone. What's that? She asked, her voice trembling. My mother didn't answer, because at that moment, a tall figure flashed in front of the car, too quickly to be clearly seen, but enough to make her sense that death was lurking nearby. The car continued to roll along, but the air inside the cabin had become stifling, as if someone was sitting in the back seat, breathing on their neck. My mother slowed down, trying to see the road more clearly, when a man suddenly appeared in the middle of the path. He stood there motioning for them to stop, wearing a tattered coat despite the scorching heat. Susan, always eager to help, invited him into the car without hesitation. They agreed to give him a lift to the nearest gas station. My mother didn't want to go that way, but Susan had agreed before she could object. Susan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this was someone in need. "His car must have broken down," she said, her voice light. But my mother didn't believe it. The man's eyes, though distant, gleamed strangely like the eyes of a predator in the dark. They stopped the car and rolled down the window. The man walked toward them slowly, each step thudding like a hammer, hitting the dry earth. He was tall, his face hidden beneath the brim of a worn hat, but when he leaned down toward the window, my mother smelled a foul stench rising from him. Not sweat, but the scent of damp earth from an old grave. "My car's broken down up ahead," he said, his voice hoarse, almost not human. Susan nodded and invited him to get in, but my mother gripped the steering wheel tighter, the feeling of danger rising like a storm. He climbed into the back seat, and immediately, the air inside the car became freezing cold. His breathing was heavy, steady, like the ticking of a countdown clock. My mother glanced at the rearview mirror, and her heart nearly stopped. His face wasn't normal. His skin stretched tightly over a skull, his eyes completely white with no pupils, and a grotesque smile that stretched to his ears. "Turn left at the intersection," he said, his voice deep as if echoing from the bottom of a well. My mother knew. That road led deep into the forest, where no one would find them, where stories of missing people were still whispered in fear. The car turned left as instructed, rolling down the narrow dirt road, the towering eucalyptus trees on both sides blocking the setting sun. My mother started to doubt when the road became rougher, leading deeper into the forest far from their original route. He began to push for the turn, but my mother realized they had gone too far into the woods to turn back now. She drew a knife, pressed it to the man's neck and shouted, "Open the door, right now!" With all the strength she had left, they drove on, not knowing they were heading into an even more terrifying place. My mother shoved Susan out of the car, running after her, leaving the vehicle behind in the darkness. Suddenly, the car stalled. The engine died. The headlights flickered and then went out, leaving them in suffocating darkness. Susan panicked. "What's happening? The car was just serviced." My mother didn't respond, her gaze fixed on the rearview mirror. The man was no longer sitting still. He leaned forward, his bony hands with nails like daggers stretching out as if to choke them. "Get out of the car!" my mother shouted, but the doors wouldn't open. They were locked tight, even though the keys were still in her hand. In that moment of panic, my mother remembered the small folding knife in her pocket, a gift from her father. He stopped, his white eyes staring at the blade, and then the grotesque smile stretched wider. "You won't escape," he whispered, his voice echoing through the forest. But when the blade pressed deeply into his skin, instead of blood, a thick black liquid oozed out, and the door swung open. They ran desperately through the woods, branches tearing at their clothes, the sound of his heavy footsteps pounding closer and closer behind them. My mother looked back, horrified to realize he wasn't running. He was floating in the air, his feet never touching the ground, his white eyes glowing brightly like headlights in the dark. My mother and Susan ran until they were exhausted, gasping for breath, their legs scratched by the thorns of the forest. The sound of the man's drifting footsteps still echoed behind them, neither faster nor slower, as if he were playing a game of predation. They screamed for help, but the forest was silent, with not a single bird or breeze to answer. Suddenly, my mother tripped on a tree root, tumbling down a small slope. Susan helped her up, and they found themselves in an open clearing. A large stone circle covered in moss, etched with strange symbols that looked like ancient claw marks. The man stopped at the edge of the clearing, not advancing any further. His white eyes stared intensely, his smile now a tight, cold line. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice reverberating from all directions. The ground shook, and a deep hole opened in the center of the stone circle, releasing a stench of death. Shadowy figures began to rise, not humans, but twisted forms, their skin peeling away. Limbs stretched long, reaching out as if to drag them down. Susan screamed, holding on to my mother, but she realized the man was no longer chasing them. He was trapped by the stone circle. "Run to the other side!" my mother screamed, pulling Susan across the clearing away from the deep hole. A horrific screeching came from the hole, like hundreds of souls screaming in agony. The man drifted toward the hole, and in his final moments he looked back at my mother. "Next time, there will be no escape," he whispered, then vanished into the darkness. They ran on, until the lights of a farm glimmered in the night. A farmer found them and brought them to safety. When recounting the event, he turned pale. "That's the ancient stone circle," he whispered. "They say it traps cursed souls, but if anyone breaks the boundary, they will hunt forever." My mother shuddered, realizing the knife in her hand was now cold, as though it carried the breath of the forest. My mother and Susan made it back safely, but the memory of that night never left them. The car was found days later, deep in the forest, but there was no trace of the man, only long scratches on the back seat, as if claws had torn through the upholstery. They never told anyone about what happened, fearing that speaking of it would make it real. When my mother told me this story many years later, I realized that she had never truly escaped from that forest. Addition of assumed context from the original narrative. She said she tried to forget, but his white eyes always came back in her dreams, a reminder that she still owed something to the forest. She told me that the knife was the only thing that saved them, but it was also the thing that connected her to that place forever. My mother kept the knife in a box, never using it again, but every time she touched it, she felt the cold of the blade spread through her hand, as if it had absorbed something from the forest. Over time, my mother tried to forget, but the I dreams started haunting her. She saw herself standing in the stone circle, surrounded by twisted shadows whispering her name. "Jan, come back." The man's white eyes always appeared last, smiling. She would wake up in a cold sweat, but one time she heard that whisper not in a dream but in the room. It was real. One night my mother told me the story when I asked about the knife. She stopped mid-sentence, her face pale, staring out the window. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. I heard heavy footsteps outside running to the door. I rushed out to see bare footprints with claw marks on the doorstep. The next morning my mother disappeared. No sign, only the knife with black liquid on the table. I returned to New South Wales, but the stone circle was gone. Only empty land remained. As I left, I heard the whisper, "You're next." In the rearview mirror, the white eyes stared at me, smiling. I am Jake, 14 years old, living in a small town in America where everyone knows each other. I always cross the little bridge over the river near my house to go to school. One rainy afternoon, I decided to take a shortcut through the path, under the bridge, to avoid getting wet. The rain was pouring heavily and the river was rising, carrying along leaves and dry branches. I stepped down the slippery slope, and the darkness under the bridge swallowed up the faint light of the afternoon. A cold wind blew through, carrying the smell of damp earth and something foul, like dead fish. I turned on the flashlight on my phone, the light shining on patches of moss clinging to the concrete. The sound of rain drowned out all other noises, but I still heard a faint rustling sound from afar. I stopped, my heart racing. It's probably just a rat, I told myself, but as I swept the light, I saw a small, pale figure lurking in the dark corner. Its eyes glowed, not yellow like an animal's, but bright red, like blood. I stepped back, my foot slipping on the wet ground, and I fell. When I looked up, the figure was much closer, standing still, staring directly at me. A chill ran down my spine. I knew I shouldn't be here. I jumped up, the flashlight falling to the ground, its flickering light illuminating the figure. It was small, like a child, but its posture was strange, its head tilted, arms dangling limply. I heard the sound of giggling echoing under the bridge, but I saw no one else. The laugh wasn't joyful but hoarse, as if someone were choking on water. I picked up the flashlight and swept it around, but all I saw was darkness and the rain, flowing in streams. Then it took a step forward, slowly, its feet making no sound despite the gravel-filled ground. I saw it more clearly. Its skin was gray, wet, its long hair matted, covering its face. One arm reached out, unnaturally long, with sharp black claws barely visible in the light. I screamed and ran towards the bridge, but my feet slipped again. When I turned back, it was right behind me, so close that I could smell the rotting stench from its body. The laughter grew louder, now echoing in my head. "Jake, play with me," it whispered, its voice distorted, just like mine when calling my friends. I scrambled up the slope, my hands digging into the dirt, my heart pounding in my chest. When I looked back one last time, I saw it standing under the bridge, one hand pointing at me, the other clutching something. A child's shoe, covered in mud and blood. I ran home, not daring to look back, but the laughter still followed, cutting through the sound of the rain. I ran home, my clothes soaked through with rain, but I couldn't stop trembling from fear. I arrived home drenched and shaking. I locked the door tightly and didn't tell anyone about it, fearing they'd think I was crazy. I looked around, thinking it was just my imagination, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. That night I couldn't sleep. The rain kept falling, tapping steadily on the roof, but mixed with it was the sound of clinking from the window. I pulled back the curtain and looked outside, nothing but the swaying shadows of trees. I told myself it was just my imagination, but as I lay down, the laughter returned, faint, as if from the corner of the room. I turned on the light and checked the entire house, but found nothing. When I turned the light off, the laughter grew louder, accompanied by the sound of scratching. Scritch, scritch, from under the bed. I jumped onto the chair, my heart pounding, not daring to look down. Then a gray, wet hand emerged from the edge of the bed, its claws scraping the wooden floor. "Jake, I'm waiting for you," the voice whispered, cold as ice. I screamed, bolted out of the room, and ran downstairs. My mom woke up and asked what was wrong, but I couldn't say anything except mumbling, "Under the bridge." She looked at me, her face turning pale, then told me, "A long time ago, a child drowned under that bridge. People say it still wanders around looking for playmates." I froze, remembering the shoe. That night, I slept in the living room, with the lights on, but I still heard the scratching from afar, as if it was still following me. The next day, I didn't go to school. I never crossed that bridge again, preferring to take the long way around even if it was miles farther. But it didn't stop. Every night the scratching and the laughter returned, sometimes from the window, sometimes from the closet. I started seeing it in my dreams, standing under the bridge, waving, its red eyes staring straight at me. "Play with me," it said. And every time I woke up, my hands were covered in scratches from unknown sources. A week later, I went to Old Man Tom, who always told ghost stories in the town. He looked at me, sighed, and said, "You looked into its eyes. It chose you." He handed me a small crucifix and told me to carry it with me, but warned, "It won't give up easily." That night, I wore the crucifix, curled up in bed. The scratching stopped, but a knock echoed. Knock, 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 from the door of the room. Then the voice came, this time clearer. "You can't escape, Jake." Now I'm 18, and I still hear that giggling whenever it rains. It's still there, under the bridge, waiting for me to come back. In a peaceful suburban neighborhood, where everyone knows each other, the dim streetlights cast their glow over the quiet houses in the middle of the night. Two sisters, Lily, 12 years old, and Sarah, 15 years old, were home alone, their parents having gone to watch their younger brother's hockey game. The TV blared in the living room, but the atmosphere grew tense when an unusual cold wind blew through the crack of the slightly open window. Lily, lying lazily on the couch, suddenly heard a sharp sound, like metal scraping against wood, from the backyard fence. She froze, glancing at her older sister. Sarah, engrossed in her homework, frowned slightly but ignored it. "Did you hear that?" Lily whispered, her voice trembling. Sarah shrugged. "Probably just a stray cat." But then, a dry snap echoed, as if someone had stepped on a broken twig. Sarah put down her pen, her eyes fixed on the window. Through the thin curtain, two shadowy figures emerged, tall and wearing hooded cloaks, their faces obscured by something white, reflecting the moonlight. Hospital masks. Lily's heart pounded, her hand gripping the pillow as if trying to smother the fear. Sarah jumped up, pulling her sister down to the floor. "Hide!" she whispered urgently, shoving Lily into the gap between the two sofas. Heavy footsteps grew, closer, accompanied by a hoarse whisper from outside. An eerie sound, like wind howling through a deep cave. The front door rattled as someone tried the doorknob. "It's locked," Lily whispered, her breath shallow. But then, a clink rang out from the side door, the one Dad hadn't fixed yet. In the cramped darkness between the two sofas, Lily huddled, covering her mouth to stifle her sobs. Sarah lay close beside her, her eyes wide open, straining to listen. The footsteps outside stopped, replaced by the sound of metal scraping, like a knife blade dragged across wood. A deep voice called out, "Check the back door." Lily shuddered. The voice was distorted, as if coming from a broken speaker. Sarah grabbed her sister's hand, squeezing so tightly it hurt, whispering, "Don't move." The side door flew open with a screech, like a scream from the hinges. Two shadowy figures entered, their towering forms blocking the light from the hallway. One of them held a baseball bat, the end of the bat scraping against the floor with a rhythmic thud. The other held a long knife, its blade gleaming as he tilted his head, seemingly sniffing the air. "They're here," he muttered, his voice cold as ice. Lily felt her heart skip a beat as the lifeless eyes of the mask locked onto them. Suddenly, from the corner of the room, a low growl erupted. Toaster, the small dog, and Brutus, the large Rottweiler, burst out from their sleeping spots. Brutus's fur stood on end, his teeth bared in the dim light. The deafening barks tore through the air, drowning out the sound of the two sisters' pounding hearts. The man holding the knife jumped back in shock, but the one holding the bat yelled, "Damn it! They've got dogs." He swung the bat, but Brutus lunged, sinking his teeth deep into the man's arm, making the bat fall to the floor. Blood splattered, dark red on the wooden floor. The other man turned and fled, running through the side door while his accomplice was dragged by Brutus, howling in pain. Sarah pulled Lily to her feet, shouting, "Run outside!" But as they rushed toward the front door, a cold hand grabbed Lily's ankle from the shadows, yanking her down. A guttural laugh echoed. "Where are you going so fast?" Lily screamed, struggling as the cold hand tightened around her ankle. Sarah turned back, kicking hard at the shadowy figure lurking in the corner. A painful groan followed, and the hand released. The two sisters scrambled outside, the biting cold night air cutting into their skin. The fence rattled as the intruders jumped over, fleeing into the darkness. Behind them, Brutus continued to bark fiercely, chasing them to the edge of the yard, while Toaster stood guard at the door, growling vigilantly. Sarah held Lily tightly, both of them gasping for breath, tears streaming down their faces. "I thought I lost you," Sarah choked out. Lily trembled, pointing to the dark corner where a third figure had just appeared. It didn't look human," she stammered. Sarah looked, but the darkness had swallowed everything. Only the sound of the wind howling through the trees remained, carrying the pungent scent of blood from the man Brutus had bitten. When their parents returned, the police were called. The chaotic footprints around the house, the dried blood streaks on the floor, and the abandoned baseball bat were the only evidence. The next morning, local news reported that a nearby gas station had been robbed by two people dressed in black, wearing hospital masks. But what chilled the sisters to the bone was the witness's account. The third figure, never seen on camera, was described as abnormally tall, moving as if not touching the ground. That night, as Lily lay in bed, she couldn't sleep. She heard faint scratching outside the window, like fingernails scraping against glass. She pulled the blanket over her head, but the scratching grew closer, accompanied by a hoarse whisper. "We'll be back." Sarah, sleeping beside her, suddenly jolted awake, her face pale. "Do you hear that?" Lily nodded, tears streaming down her face. The two sisters sat huddled together, staring at the window where a tall shadow briefly appeared before disappearing into the night. The next morning they checked around the house. Under the window, a fresh streak of blood ran from the sill down to the ground, but there were no footprints, only a small piece of paper scribbled with, "The dog can't save you forever." The two sisters looked at each other, knowing the nightmare hadn't truly ended. Brutus's barking echoed from afar, but this time it no longer brought comfort. Under the gray sky of a November afternoon in rural England, James, a 32-year-old real estate agent with 8 years of experience, drove through narrow, winding roads. His destination was a Grade 2 listed 16th century house, a 3-bedroom house with moss-covered stone walls, listed as a heritage property with features that could not be altered. That day, after shooting a Christmas video with his colleague, he was tasked with photographing the house to put it up for sale. But the moment he saw it from afar, the jagged roof, the dark windows like empty eyes, a chill ran down his spine, even though the car's heater was on. James got out of the car, his camera slung over his shoulder, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling by humming an old ABBA song. "I knew something was wrong as soon as I stepped into the house," he recalled later. The air inside was thick and heavy, as if centuries of resentment were trapped within the walls. His footsteps echoed on the rotting wooden floor, each step seeming to awaken something that had been sleeping. He turned on the light, but the weak yellow glow only deepened the shadows. Outside, the wind howled through the cracks in the window, carrying with it strange groaning sounds, like someone crying, but not quite human. He opened Spotify, selected an upbeat playlist to drown out the terrifying silence. The music played, but it couldn't dispel the feeling of being watched. Every corner of the room seemed to have an invisible pair of eyes fixed on him. When he lifted the camera to take a photo of the living room, the lens caught a faint light streak, like a shadow passing by, though he was alone. James shook his head, telling himself it was just an illusion from the lighting. But then from upstairs, a heavy thud echoed down, as if something heavy had been thrown onto the floor. He looked up, his heart pounding. The old wooden stairs leading to the upper floor loomed before him, dark and crooked like the mouth of a beast waiting to swallow him. James took a deep breath, telling himself to finish the job. But as his foot hit the first step, a cold gust wrapped around his legs, like an invisible hand pulling him back. The ABBA song on his phone suddenly became garbled, cutting in and out, though the signal was full. He sang louder, trying to drown out the fear, but with each step upward, the air grew heavier, as though the house was breathing, and that breath was filled with hatred. James stood in the middle of the staircase, gripping the damp wooden railing, his breath quickening. The moment my foot hit the first step, an overwhelming fear surged within me, he recalled, his voice still trembling when remembering that moment. The music from the phone now sounded distorted, like a scream being smothered. He tried to keep going, but each step felt endless, and the air grew thicker, pressing down on his chest until he had to gasp for air. When he reached the top of the stairs, his eyes were drawn to the attic door, a weathered wooden door, slightly ajar, revealing the thick darkness inside. The attic door was cracked open, and when I looked inside, I knew I was done for. He remembered. From the crack, a cold gust blew out, carrying the musty smell mixed with something foul, like old blood. James stood frozen, his feet seemingly nailed to the floor. He wanted to turn back, but his body wouldn't obey, as if something in the darkness was commanding him to stay. Suddenly, a faint screech echoed from the attic, like nails scratching wood, but slow and deliberate. James lifted his phone, its screen light casting into the crack of the door, and for a moment he saw it. A tall, gaunt figure, its shape unclear, standing silently in the dark, its head tilted to one side, as if watching him. But there were no eyes, just two deep empty sockets. He screamed and staggered back, but his back hit the wall, and his scream was swallowed by the raspy laugh coming from the attic, a sound that did not belong to any human. James quickly turned and ran down the stairs, but the step beneath him suddenly broke, causing him to fall. He grabbed the railing, his nails scraping the wood, but an invisible force yanked his leg upward, as though trying to pull him back into the attic. He struggled, shouting in desperation, and then his phone in his pocket vibrated violently. It was a call from the office. Only now did he remember the rule to check if an employee had been gone too long. He reached for the phone, pressed the answer button, and screamed, "Help me! The house! It's alive!" His colleague's voice on the other end was frantic. "Where are you? I'm coming!" Just minutes later, Tom's car, his colleague, pulled up outside. James heard Tom calling his name, and immediately, the pressure on his leg lifted. He stumbled and ran out, almost colliding with Tom. The music from his phone suddenly blared, so loud that both of them jumped. They quickly left the house without bothering to lock the door. On the way back, James felt a sharp pain in his neck. When they reached the office, he took off his jacket to check. 3 long scratches crossing my back. though I don't understand how they got there. But what chilled him more was Tom's whispered words as he looked through the rearview mirror. "Did you see it? The thing at the window when we left?" James sat huddled in the office, his hands clutching a hot cup of coffee, still shaking. Tom stood beside him, his face pale, not daring to look at him. "It was really tall," Tom mumbled. "Its head nearly touched the window frame, and it didn't move, just stood there watching us." James swallowed hard, trying to shake the image from his mind, but the scratches on his back still throbbed, reminding him that it wasn't a dream. He told his colleague about the hostile feeling, the attic figure, and the way the house seemed alive. His manager, Mrs. Helen, nodded slowly. She said she had a similar feeling when meeting the homeowner, but it wasn't as strong since she wasn't alone, James recalled. After the incident, the company decided never to send employees to that house alone again. But James couldn't continue. He requested a few months off and moved to another company, steering clear of the old mysterious houses. However, the nightmare didn't stop. On the first night in his new apartment, he woke up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat. The scratching sound, exactly like the one from the attic, came from the bedroom window. He turned on the light, but saw nothing but tree shadows swaying in the wind. Even so, he knew it was there, somewhere outside, waiting. A week later, James received an email from Tom. The homeowner had hired another company to sell the house, but no one stayed there for more than one night. People rumored that the house wasn't just haunted. It had been cursed since the 16th century, when a family was burned alive in the very house for being accused of witchcraft. James searched online, and an old article appeared. 3 people died in the fire, but the 4th body was never found. He shuddered, remembering the gaunt, eyeless figure. Could it be the one left behind, trapped in the house, hunting anyone who dared to enter? The following night, the scratching returned, this time accompanied by a whisper, a hoarse female voice repeating, "You saw me." James jumped up, his heart racing. He ran to the balcony and looked down at the empty street, but the streetlights flickered erratically as though obscured by a tall figure. He slammed the door shut and locked it, but the whisper still crept through the cracks. "You can't escape." The next morning, he discovered 3 new scratches on his arm, deeper, redder, as if it was marking him. In a panic, James contacted a medium he found through friends. The elderly woman, Margaret, came to his apartment with a bag full of avipa herbs and candles. After hearing the story, she frowned. "It's not just a ghost," she said. "It's a cursed entity bound to the house, but now it's chosen you." She performed a ritual, burning herbs, drawing a salt circle around him, and the scratching stopped that night. But as she left, she warned, "It will return, unless you destroy what binds it. Something in the house." James dared not return to the house, but he couldn't live with the fear forever. One night, he decided to sneak in, bringing gasoline and matches. When he entered, the air was thick again, and the raspy laughter echoed from the attic. He rushed upstairs and saw a broken mirror hanging on the wall. The reflection showed the eyeless figure, but it wasn't him. Without hesitation, he smashed the mirror, poured gasoline on the floor, and set it on fire. The flames erupted, consuming the house, and the inhuman screams echoed through the night. The next morning, the news reported the fire. James stood at a distance looking at the ashes, hoping it was over. But as he turned away, he felt a cold breeze brush his neck, and the final whisper came, "I'm still here." I'm Jake, 15 years old. living in a small town in the United States, where dirt roads lead deep into the forest. That day, I was walking home from a friend's house through the shortcut in the woods because it was getting dark. I liked the feeling of freedom beneath the trees, but that night, the air felt unusually heavy. The moon hung high, casting a dim light through the branches, creating distorted shadows on the ground. The wind had stopped, and silence enveloped everything, leaving only the sound of my footsteps crunching on the dry leaves. Then I heard it, a deep, drawn-out sigh, as if someone was standing right behind me. I turned around, but saw nothing but the swaying shadows of the trees. "It's just the wind," I told myself, but my heart started to race. I kept walking, and the sigh came again, closer now, as if from the bushes beside the path. I turned on, my phone's flashlight shining it around me, but the woods remained still. I started walking faster, feeling something was wrong, like someone was watching me from a distance. A chill ran down my spine when I heard the snap of a dry branch breaking, not from my own footsteps, but from behind me. I turned around again, and this time I saw it, a tall, lanky figure standing between two ancient trees, its white eyes gleaming in the darkness. It didn't move, just stood there, head tilted as if observing me. The breathing was now clearer, steady, like a deathly rhythm. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. I ran, not caring about the branches slapping my face or the thorns tearing at my legs. The breathing followed, not fast, but never stopping, like a reminder that it was always there. I tripped and fell down a small slope, my phone slipping out of my hand. When I looked up, the figure was much closer, less than 10 meters away. Its skin was gray, tattered, revealing white bones beneath. A bony hand reached out, claws barely visible in the moonlight. "Jake," it whispered, its voice hoarse and distorted, as if someone were mimicking my own voice. I screamed, crawling backward, but it took slow, deliberate steps toward me. The breathing now seemed to echo in my head, drowning out all other sounds. I ran home, slammed the door shut, and locked it tight, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I sat trembling in my room, the lights on, but the breathing still echoed, not from outside the door but from beneath my bed. I jumped onto the chair, too scared to look down, but a cold hand brushed my ankle, pulling sharply. I jerked my foot away, falling to the floor, and saw those white eyes gleaming from the shadows under the bed. "You can't escape," it said, before disappearing. Now I'm 20 years old and I never walk that path again, but every night I still hear that breathing in the dark. It's still there, waiting for me to return, and I know that one day it won't just be breathing anymore. Under the pitch-black sky of the Nevada desert, where no city lights reached, Ethan lived alone in a small wooden house nestled amidst the dry cactus bushes. That night, April 7th, 2025, the desert wind howled in gusts, carrying a strange, wolf-like wail. Ethan, a 29-year-old mechanic, usually slept deeply, but at 2 a.m., he woke with a start, sweat pouring down despite the air conditioner running steadily. "I heard strange footsteps coming from the living room," he later recalled, his voice still shaking as he remembered that night. The footsteps were small, quick, and uneven, like a child running back and forth, echoing in the stillness. Ethan sat up abruptly, straining to pinpoint the sound. It wasn't the wind rattling the door, nor was it the usual sound of rodents in the desert. He turned on the nightlight, the faint glow illuminating the old wooden walls, but the footsteps didn't stop. They grew closer, clearer, as though approaching the bedroom door. He gripped the pocket knife on the nightstand, took a deep breath, and told himself it was just an illusion after a long day at work. But then, the footsteps stopped abruptly, replaced by a soft scratching sound, like fingernails scraping across the wooden floor, from just outside the door. Ethan's heart raced, cold sweat trickling down his neck. He got up barefoot, feeling the cold floor beneath him, and slowly opened the door. The hallway was pitch black, with only the faint moonlight filtering through the window, casting a dim streak of light on the floor. There was no one there. But the scratching sound came again, this time from the kitchen. Ethan stepped into the hallway, the knife shaking in his hand, his shadow stretching grotesquely on the wall from the moonlight. The scratching sound from the kitchen was now clearer, mixed with faint whispering, a child's voice humming an unheard song. He stopped, ears straining to differentiate the sounds, but it was distorted, like it was coming from a broken radio. "Is anyone there?" he called out loudly, his voice lost in the emptiness. There was no reply, just the scratching stopping, followed by the sound of small footsteps, faster now, as though running around the kitchen table. He flipped the light. Switch, the harsh white light flooding the small kitchen. No one was there, just the old chair, the wooden table, and a few cans of beer he had left from the night before. But then he looked down at the floor. "The next morning I found unusual small footprints in the kitchen," he recalled. But now the footprints were right in front of him. Tiny prints, like those of a 3-year-old child, imprinted on the thin layer of dust. They were uneven, as if the thing that made them wasn't walking but hopping. And the strangest thing, they were wet, leaving a murky trail despite the floor being dry for days. Ethan stepped back, his breath quickening. He scanned the room, and from the corner near the fridge a tiny shadow darted across, too fast for him to be sure if he had really seen it. He lunged forward, raising the knife, but found only empty air. A child's giggle rang out, brief but chilling, as if echoing from beneath the floor. He bent down, looking under the table. Nothing but darkness. But as he stood up, he heard a thud from the living room, like someone had just jumped down from the ceiling. Ethan turned, his heart pounding, and saw the front door ajar, though he was sure he had locked it. The desert wind rushed in, carrying the smell of damp earth and something foul. He ran to close the door, but a tiny cold hand touched his ankle from behind, pulling hard. He screamed, stumbling, the knife flying out of his hand. Ethan struggled, kicking into thin air, but the cold hand released its grip. He scrambled to pick up the knife, his frantic eyes scanning the room. The small footsteps echoed again. This time from the bedroom, fast, hurried, as if trying to hide. He rushed after them, flicking on the light, but the room was empty, only the crumpled blanket and the tightly shut window. He stood there, panting, trying to calm himself. "I live alone. There are no children in the house," he told himself. But the footprints, the laughter, and that hand could not be illusions. The next morning, Ethan checked the house again. The footprints in the kitchen were still there, but now they stretched down the hallway, as if whatever it was had wandered through the house during the night. He installed a cheap security camera, hoping to capture something. But for the next week, the camera recorded nothing but the desert wind and his own movements. However, every night, he still heard the footsteps, sometimes close, sometimes far, occasionally accompanied by light knocks on the window, like fingernails tapping in rhythm. One night, when reviewing the footage, Ethan noticed something strange. At around 2 a.m., his shadow on the wall suddenly stretched unnaturally long, even though he wasn't near the light. He rewound, and in one frame, a tiny headless figure, faster than lightning, darted across behind him. He threw his phone down, his heart racing. That morning he found a small, blood-red handprint on the bathroom mirror, even though he hadn't opened the door. To that room during the night, Ethan couldn't stay. He moved out a few weeks later, leaving the house in the desert behind. But as he drove away, he glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a tiny figure standing in the middle of the road, silent, motionless, watching him until he was out of sight. I'm Jake, 20 years old, working part-time as a delivery driver in a small town in the United States to save up for college. That night, I got my last delivery order at 10 p.m., an address in the suburbs a few miles outside of town. I don't like working late, but the big tip convinced me to take it. I drove my old truck down the empty roads, the headlights cutting through thick fog that covered the fields on either side. The radio was crackling, the music interrupted by strange, static bursts. When I arrived, I saw an old wooden house, its roof covered in moss, standing alone in the middle of a field. There were no streetlights or nearby neighbors, only the dim light from a single bulb hanging above the porch. I turned off the engine, grabbed the package, a small light box, and got out. The cold wind blew, carrying the scent of damp earth and something sour, like spoiled milk. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. The sound of insects buzzing came from afar, but it was strangely silent around the house. I set the package down and was about to leave when I heard a click from inside the house, as if someone had just flipped a light switch. I turned back and saw the porch light flickering on and off, then a tall, thin figure glide past the window. My heart began to pound. I wasn't sure if it was a person or just the shadow of a tree. I called out, "Is anyone there?" But only the echo of my own voice replied. Another click sounded, this time from the front door. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a dark, pitch-black space inside. I stepped back, gripping my car keys tightly, but a whispering voice came from inside the house. "Jake, come in." The voice didn't sound human. It was raspy, distorted, like someone speaking through muddy water. I turned and ran back to the truck, but as my hand reached for the door handle, I heard footsteps. Thud, thud, from the porch. I looked back and saw it, a tall, lanky figure, its gray skin walking out from the door. Its head tilted, and its white eyes gleamed under the dim light. I jumped into the truck, started the engine, but it stalled repeatedly, even though I tried several times. The whispering voice grew louder now. "Jake, don't leave." I slammed the gas pedal again, and the truck roared to life. But when I looked in the rearview mirror, I saw it standing in the middle of the road, one arm reaching out as if to pull me back. I sped away, but the footsteps still echoed, slow and steady, as if it didn't need to run to catch up. I don't know how it knew my name, but the fear made me want to drive as far as I could. I sped through the fog, my heart pounding like it was going to burst. The road back to town seemed endless, the headlights flickering, and the radio began to screech loudly, mixed with the whispering, "Jake, come back." I turned off the radio, but the voice still echoed, now seeming to come from the back seat. I felt like someone was standing right behind me, but when I looked back, there was nothing there. I glanced at the rearview mirror, nothing but a cold breath on the back of my neck. Suddenly, the truck jolted as if something had hit it. I looked back and saw a bony hand, sharp black claws, gripping the rear door of the truck. It climbed, slowly, like a giant spider. I screamed, floored the gas pedal, but the truck swerved as the back wheels slid on the wet road. When I looked again, it was gone, leaving only long scratches on the window. I drove home, trying to forget everything, but the fear still clung to me like a shadow. I stopped at a gas station near town, breathing heavily, my hands shaking. An old man, Bill, was smoking outside the station and gave me a strange look. "You delivered to that old wooden house?" he asked. I nodded, and he sighed. "Years ago, there was a guy living there. He starved to death in that house, but people say his spirit never left. I didn't dare tell anyone about what happened, afraid they'd think I was crazy or imagining things. I lay in bed trying to forget, but every time I closed my eyes, I heard a soft knock on the door. The knocking was rhythmic. Knock, 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 like someone standing outside on the porch. I looked through the window but saw nothing, just the darkness and the dim streetlight far away. But when I turned back to my bed, I saw a small scratch on the wooden floor, right next to the foot of the table. My heart skipped a beat. That scratch wasn't there before. The next night, the knocking came again, this time from the bedroom window. I turned on the light, but the light flickered repeatedly before going out completely. In the darkness, I heard the whisper, "Jake, you've kept me waiting too long." A gray hand reached up from the edge of the window, claws scraping against the glass, leaving deep gouges. I screamed, ran downstairs, but the footsteps, thud, thud, were coming from the stairs behind me. I opened the front door to run, but it was standing there, right in front of me, its white eyes staring into mine. "You didn't finish your delivery," it said, flashing a twisted grin full of sharp teeth. I never took another late delivery, and I quit my job the next night. I collapsed onto the floor, crawling backward, but it walked into the house slowly as if it knew I couldn't escape. Every night the knocking and whispering returned, sometimes from the door, sometimes from under the bed. I began to see it in the mirror, standing behind me, its white eyes gleaming. But when I turned around, nothing was there. My hands were covered in scratches with no clear source, and every time the night came, I smelled the sour stench from that old wooden house. I found Bill at the gas station, told him everything. He looked at me, his eyes heavy with sorrow. "It's not just a starving man's ghost. He did something terrible in that house, and now it wants someone to finish what he didn't." He gave me a cross to keep with me, warning, "If it's chosen you, it won't let go." That night I wore the cross, huddled in my room. The knocking stopped, but a soft screech came from the walls. "Jake, I'll wait." When I looked down at the floor, I saw a small piece of paper, written in red ink. "Last delivery. You." Now, I'm 22. Living in a different city, but I still hear that knocking every time night falls. It's still there in the darkness, waiting for me to return to finish that terrifying promise. In a peaceful neighborhood on the outskirts of Michigan, where the fiery red maples blaze under the sunset, house number 47 stood silently like a ghost in the descending night. No one could have guessed that here, within the walls of an old 1960s house, a young couple, Emma and Jack, were about to step into a nightmare with no escape. They had just moved in, bringing with them hope for a fresh start after difficult times. But right from the first night, the atmosphere in the house felt heavy, as though someone was breathing down their necks. The wind howled through the window cracks, but it couldn't explain the chill that cut through their bones, even though the fireplace burned brightly. Emma, an artist sensitive to the unseen, sensed something unusual before Jack. She heard slow footsteps on the wooden floor, as if someone were hiding in the dark, watching their every move. Jack, a practical engineer, initially dismissed it, thinking it was just the old house settling. But then, on a stormy night when thunder ripped the sky, the door to their master bedroom slammed shut with a terrifying force, shaking even the paintings on the walls. The sound echoed like the growl of a trapped beast, making Emma scream, while, Jack sprang up, his heart pounding. They rushed to check, but there was no wind, no signs of anyone breaking in, only thick darkness and a suffocating feeling that enveloped them. In the days that followed, the house became a terrifying stage that Emma and Jack couldn't look away from. Every night, they heard the sharp screeching sound from the staircase, like nails scraping against wood, long enough to make Emma cover her ears, tears streaming down her face from fear. Jack tried to comfort her, but even he began to lose sleep when strange dreams came to him. A tall, faceless figure standing silently in the corner of the room, its abnormally long hands reaching out as if trying to touch him. When he woke up, he found his shirt drenched in cold sweat, and once he discovered faint fingerprints on the bathroom mirror. Not theirs. Then, one gloomy afternoon, while Emma was painting in the living room, the pile of cushions on the sofa was suddenly hurled to the floor as though an invisible wind swept through. She screamed, dropping her paintbrush, and the red paint spilled onto the floor like blood. Jack rushed in, only to see the curtains wildly flapping, though all the windows were tightly closed. They began to suspect that the house wasn't just old, but harbored something alive, full of hatred. That night, as they tried to rest, the air freshener in the bathroom was violently thrown against the wall, shattering into pieces, its strong scent mingling with the sound of a hoarse laugh echoing from somewhere in the house. Emma clung to Jack, trembling while he stuttered, "What do we do now?" But his question sank into silence, with only the sound of rain tapping steadily on the roof in response. The next morning, they discovered a long crack on the bedroom wall, as if someone had carved it deeply with their nails. Beneath the crack, an old piece of paper fell from the gap, scribbled with the words, "Leave or die." Emma fainted right on the spot, while Jack stood frozen, holding the piece of paper, trembling. After reading the paper, Emma and Jack decided not to leave immediately. They hired a priest to come and bless the house, hoping to put an end to the nightmare. The priest arrived on a foggy evening, carrying a crucifix and holy water. But as soon as he entered, he turned pale and whispered, "This is no ordinary ghost." He began to pray, his voice shaking, but before he could finish, the house flickered violently, and a deep growl echoed from the basement. Emma clutched Jack's hand and the priest yelled, "It's angry!" They rushed to the basement where the air was as cold as ice, even though summer was blazing outside. In the darkness they saw a tall, shapeless figure moving so fast that it was just a blur. It stopped in front of them, its red eyes glowing in the night. Emma had never been paralyzed, but for the first time in her life, she experienced that sensation. Her body frozen, her eyes wide open, staring at the figure, standing silently in the corner. The priest raised the crucifix, but it broke in his hands like a dry twig, and he collapsed unconscious. Jack screamed, rushing to pull Emma away, but the figure suddenly vanished, leaving a chilling laugh echoing through the house. Just when they thought it was over, the basement began to shake. Cracks spread across the walls, and from them, dozens of bony, blackened hands emerged, scratching the air as though trying to pull them down. Emma screamed as a hand grabbed her ankle, leaving a burning mark. Jack used all his strength to pull her away, but the whispering began, hundreds of voices, blending together. "Stay. Stay." They ran up the stairs, their hearts pounding, only to discover that the front door was locked tightly from the outside. Trapped in the house, Emma and Jack held each other in despair, the whispering growing louder, like a chorus of cursed souls. Jack smashed the window with a chair, but the glass shattered and then healed itself right before their eyes. Emma cried out, "It won't let us go." Suddenly light flashed from upstairs, catching their attention. They rushed up the stairs, finding an old mirror in the master bedroom, something they had never seen before. In the mirror, it wasn't their reflection, but a woman with a distorted face, her white eyes and mouth twisted into a horrifying grin. The woman in the mirror began to speak, her voice hoarse. "This house is mine. You have awakened me." Emma recognized the voice from the whispers. Jack yelled, "We don't want to be here." But the woman laughed loudly, and the mirror trembled, cracking. From the shattered pieces, a stream of black smoke poured out, transforming into the figure they had seen in the basement. It lunged at them, but Emma, in a moment of desperation, grabbed the crucifix necklace her mother had given her and drove it into the entity. A deafening scream echoed, the smoke dissipated, and the house fell silent once more. They sighed in relief, thinking the nightmare was over. But when they stepped outside, the sky was still dark, with no stars and no sound. Jack turned back to look at the house, whispering, "Emma, look." The house had vanished, leaving only an empty plot covered in weeds. In Emma's hand, the crucifix burst into flames and turned to ash. From afar, a soft laugh echoed, and they realized they hadn't truly escaped. They had entered another dimension, where the entity was still waiting for them. In the summer of 1983, a small town on the edge of the Louisiana swamp was sweltering in the humid heat, accompanied by the incessant buzzing of cicadas. There, a strange fever was spreading among the teenagers. Newly opened teen nightclubs, places with no alcohol but full of disco lights and thumping music. Ryan, a 15-year-old skinny boy with messy hair, wasn't the type to enjoy crowds. But the pressure from his friends pulled him into an evening at Neon Haven, the newest nightclub in town. A group of friends couldn't stop talking about it, and in the end, despite his dislike for crowds, he agreed to go with them. That night, a friend's dad dropped them off in front of the club, the flashing lights casting a glow on Ryan's youthful face as he paid $2 to get inside. Inside, the air was stifling, with hundreds of bodies packed tightly together, the smell of sweat mixing with cheap perfume. Ryan backed up near the door, feeling as if someone was watching him from a distance. His eyes scanned the crowd, and then he saw him, a middle-aged man, short brown hair, striped shirt, standing motionless amidst the dancers. His eyes locked onto Ryan's, cold and sharp like a knife blade. Ryan shivered, his heart pounding, as if it might leap out of his chest. He tried to shake off the unease, telling himself it was just his imagination. But the man's gaze never left him, cutting through the crowd like an invisible arrow. After 15 minutes of standing near the door, he decided to leave. It had been 10 or 15 minutes, and I felt like someone was staring at me, an eerie, chilling feeling, he recalled. He stepped outside, not saying a word to his friends who were still dancing wildly. The 5-mile walk home stretched along a sparsely trafficked 2-lane highway, but Ryan would rather walk in the dark than stay there another second. He walked quickly along the sidewalk, the dim streetlights casting his long shadow. The sound of insects filled the air and the grass, but then he heard another sound, the growl of an engine in the distance. An old rusted car slowly rolled up behind him, about 100 feet away. Ryan turned around, his heart nearly stopping when he saw the man from the club sitting behind the wheel, his gaze still fixed on him. He smiled, a crooked smile, revealing yellowed teeth. "Want a ride?" His voice called out through the rolled-down window, deep and raspy, like the wind howling through the swamp. Ryan shook his head, walking faster, but the car didn't give up, trailing him like a silent ghost in the dark. Ryan's heart pounded as he heard the car speed up. The man shouted, asking if he wanted to make an easy $20. Ryan stopped, dazed, and asked, "How?" The man laughed loudly, his voice harsh. "Get in, and I'll tell you." That's when survival instincts kicked in. Ryan didn't think twice. He turned and ran, his small legs pounding against the road. The engine roared behind him, the headlights sweeping across him, casting his shadow as a frightened creature running from a predator. He cut through a dark alley, his feet slipping on the damp earth, falling hard but quickly getting back up. The sound of brakes screeched, followed by the sound of the car door opening behind him. Ryan looked back and saw the tall figure of the man step out, holding a long metal rod, glinting under the moonlight. "Don't run, kid," he growled, his voice full of fury. Ryan darted into the tall grass beside the road, branches scratching his face painfully, but he didn't dare stop. The heavy footsteps of his pursuer grew closer, accompanied by ragged breaths and the sound of metal hitting stone. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shirt from behind, pulling hard. Ryan screamed, struggled, and in a desperate moment he kicked the man's leg, hearing a pained groan before he broke free. Ryan kept running, never stopping, his lungs burning, his legs aching, but he didn't dare look back. I ran 3.5 miles, home without stopping or looking back. Then I burst into the house and hid in my room. He locked the door, panting heavily, his heart still pounding as he curled up in the corner of his room. The sound of the TV from the living room provided small comfort amid the panic. He didn't tell anyone about that night, fearing that speaking about it would make it real. But when he closed his eyes, the image of the man's twisted smile lingered, like a ghost that wouldn't leave. The next morning, Ryan woke with a strange feeling. He stepped outside and saw a local newspaper lying at his doorstep. The headline screamed, "Teenager missing near highway last night." The victim's photo was of a boy about his age, messy hair, wearing the same shirt he had on the night before. Ryan trembled, realizing the man wasn't just after him. He was a serial predator. But the most horrifying thing came when he looked down the road in front of his house. The old car had stopped just a few meters away, the man sitting inside, staring directly at him through the car window, smiling again. Ryan screamed and ran into the house, but when his father ran outside to check, the car had disappeared. All that remained was a small piece of paper wedged under the door. "Next time you won't escape." Under the harsh summer sun of South Africa, False Bay glimmered like a giant mirror, but beneath its calm surface lay dangers no one could have imagined. In January 1998, Simon van der Merwe, a 28-year-old freelance diver with sun-kissed skin and fiery blonde hair, stood on the smooth white sand of Muizenberg Beach. He wasn't a professional, just someone who loved the ocean and enjoyed the freedom of diving into shallow waters where small coral reefs and schools of silvery fish beckoned. But that day, the sea didn't welcome him as it always had before. Simon took his snorkel and fins, stepping into the cold water, which reached up to his chest. I felt the freedom as the water embraced my body, each small wave lapping against my chest like the rhythm of the ocean's breath. He dived down, eyes wide, observing the underwater world, tiny fish swimming around, sunlight piercing through the surface, creating shimmering streaks on the sea floor. But then, a chilling sensation ran down his spine, not from the water, but from something deeper, an eerie premonition he couldn't explain. He surfaced and looked back toward the shore, where the crowd continued sunbathing and laughing, completely unaware. As he turned back, a massive shape glided beneath him in the water, so fast that he thought he might have imagined it. His heart pounded, adrenaline surging through his veins. It wasn't a whale or a seal. The shape was sharp, aggressive, with a dorsal fin cutting through the water like a blade. A great white shark at least 4 meters long was circling him, no more than 10 meters away. Simon froze, the water up to his shoulders, but he knew he was no longer safe. The sound of the waves now seemed like the growl of a hungry beast, and his gaze locked onto the lifeless dark eyes of the predator moving closer. Simon tried to remain calm, remembering what he had heard about sharks. Don't make sudden movements. Don't panic. But it was easier said than done. The shark circled around him, each pass growing smaller, like a trap tightening. I tried to keep my breathing steady, but my heart was pounding in my chest, ready to explode. The water splashed into his face, salty and sharp, but he didn't dare take his eyes off the predator. Suddenly it lunged toward him, its white teeth bared wide, water splashing all around him. Simon screamed and instinctively backed away, but his foot got caught in the kelp on the ocean floor, causing him to fall into the water. The shark's jaws missed, grazing only a few inches from his shoulder, but the force of the massive body sent him flying away. He surfaced, coughing and choking, blood beginning to spread from a gash on his arm, not from a bite, but from hitting a submerged rock. The shark turned, faster this time, and this time it didn't miss. Its sharp teeth sank deep into his left leg, pulling him under. Pain erupted like an explosion within him, seawater flooding his mouth as he screamed in vain. Simon thrashed, punching the shark's nose, but it only tightened its grip, violently shaking its head as though trying to tear him apart. In that moment, time seemed to slow down. He saw his blood mixing with the water, dark red like a deathly cloud. I felt my body being pulled down, water flooding my lungs, and I thought, this is it. This is my death. But then, a loud sound echoed from afar. The whistle of the rescue team on the shore. The shark recoiled, releasing him, circling once more before vanishing into the murky water. Simon surfaced, gasping for air, his left leg torn open, blood pouring out. He swam toward the shore with one arm, each stroke a battle, against the pain and the fear that it would return. From a distance, the crowd on the beach began to scream and point toward him. A rescue boat sped toward him, but as they hauled him aboard, Simon looked down at the water and saw not one, but 3 more dorsal fins gliding silently through the waves. A whole school of sharks had gathered, attracted by his blood. He collapsed onto the boat's deck, his vision fading, but the roar of the engine couldn't drown out the sound of his heart thundering in his ears. Simon was brought to shore, the crowd gathering around, screams mixed with cries. The rescue team wrapped bandages around his leg, the white cloth turning red with blood. He overheard someone saying, "Why would a shark come into such shallow water?" But Simon didn't care. He just wanted to survive. I lay on the sand, the pain in my leg feeling like 1,000 knives, but I was alive. He was taken to the hospital, where the doctors stitched up 47 stitches on his left leg, saying he was lucky the bone hadn't broken. But in Simon's mind, the memory of the shark's lifeless eyes never left. That night, lying in the hospital bed, he dreamed he was still underwater. But this time, it wasn't just the shark. A strange, larger figure glided past him in the darkness. Not a sea creature, but something humanoid, with long, abnormal arms and eyes that shone like headlights. He jerked awake, cold sweat soaking his shirt, hearing water dripping from somewhere in the room. He looked down at the floor and saw a small puddle of water, but the window was closed. No rain. His heart raced as he realized the salty scent of the ocean was in the air, even though the hospital was miles away from the shore. The next morning, a local fisherman came to visit him, bringing with him strange news. He told Simon that the area where he was attacked had once been the site of a shipwreck 50 years ago. Dozens of sailors had gone missing, their bodies never found. Locals whispered that there was something in the water, not just sharks, but a cursed entity that drew predators to the shallow waters. Simon shuddered, recalling the figure in his dream. He began to wonder if he had truly escaped the ocean, or if he had unintentionally brought something back with him from the depths. After a few days, Simon was discharged from the hospital, his leg still aching, but he decided to return to the beach to face his fear. He stood on the sand, looking out at False Bay, the water calm as if nothing had ever happened. But when he bent down to pick up a seashell, he noticed a faint bite mark on his hand. Not from the shark, but from something smaller, a child's tooth, sharp and small. He shuddered, remembering the dream and the fisherman's story. I looked down at the water, and for the first time I felt like it was no longer my home. That night he heard the sound of water dripping in his house, not from the faucet but from beneath the wooden floor. He turned on the lights and saw wet footprints on the floor, small like those of a child, leading from the living room to the back door. He opened the door, but there was no one, only the sound of the waves in the distance, even though his house was miles from the shore. His heart raced as he realized something was living with him, following him from the ocean. The next night, the sound of the dripping water turned into whispering, dozens of childlike voices chattering as if singing, but the song sent chills down his spine. "You belong to us." Simon called a local priest who came with a crucifix and holy water. But when the priest stepped inside, he turned pale and whispered, "This is not a demon. This is something from the deep sea." He began to pray, but the floor trembled, and from the cracks in the wooden floor, dozens of tiny pale hands emerged, clawing at the air. Simon screamed as one hand grabbed his ankle, leaving a cold, burning mark. The priest collapsed, unconscious, and the whispering turned into a horrifying laugh. In a panic, Simon ran outside, jumped into his car, and drove off, not looking back. But when he stopped at a gas station 50 miles away, he looked in the rearview mirror and saw not his reflection, but a group of pale children, wide-eyed, their mouths twisted into a horrifying grin. The car shook, and from the back seat, a cold hand touched his shoulder. Simon screamed, leaping out of the car, but when he turned around, the car was empty. He stood in the middle of the road, gasping for breath, only to hear the sound of the waves in his head, not from afar, but from within his own body. He realized he would never truly escape False Bay. That thing had merged with his blood, waiting for the day it would take him completely. Under the dim moonlight streaming through the broken window of the old house in Martins Ferry, Ohio, I, Amanda, 20 years old, curled up on the rickety bed, trying to shake off the bone-chilling cold with no apparent source. This house used to be a duplex, converted into a large block with 6 bedrooms. But now it resembled a corpse, full of cracks and the creaking moans of decaying wood. I lived with my 2 older brothers, A and E, 22 and 21 years old, my younger sister, H, 13 years old, and my mom and stepdad, 52 and 45 years old. But none of them could sense what I had started to realize. Something was dwelling in the darkness, not human, not animal, but an evil, cold entity, clinging to every breath I took. It all started when my sister, D, 27 years old, returned. She had once been a promising nurse, but now D was nothing but a shadow of herself, caught in drugs and toxic relationships. Dee's husband was addicted, financially abusive, causing her to call me in tears when there was nothing left to support her. 2 young children. I convinced my mom to let Dee move in with us, but the moment she stepped through the door, the atmosphere in the house changed. A foul odor lingered, not from her body, but from something invisible following behind her. The first night Dee slept, Here I heard strange hissing sounds from her room, not breathing but like the wind being strangled in a rusty pipe. I told myself it was just an illusion, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. That night, as I was drifting off to sleep, a clink echoed from the corner of the room. I jumped up, my heart pounding, only to see the window tightly shut and the curtains still. But then, in the dim light from the street lamp, I saw a tall, headless shadow standing at the foot of my bed, without arms, just a dark mass with two fiery red eye sockets like burning coals. It didn't move, but I felt the hostility radiating from it, as if it was sucking the life out of me. I screamed, but no one in the house heard, or more accurately, no one dared to come. After that night, I could no longer sleep peacefully. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt a pressure on my chest, as if someone was sitting on me, whispering curses in a language I couldn't understand. I began to feel watched. Objects in the room moved when no one touched them. Once, the small mirror on my vanity spun around by itself, reflecting not my face but a twisted smile full of sharp teeth, hovering in the darkness. I threw it to the floor, but the next morning it was back on the table without a single crack. Dee didn't realize what was happening, or perhaps she didn't want to admit it. She sank deeper into addiction, often disappearing with her husband or some mysterious boyfriend she was cheating with. But every time Dee came back, the entity seemed to grow stronger. One night, I heard heavy footsteps from the hallway, slow, as if someone was dragging a corpse. I opened my door only to see Dee standing there, her eyes completely white, mumbling meaningless words. "It wants me," she said. But the voice wasn't hers. It was deep and hoarse, like an echo from hell. I slammed the door, locked it tightly, but the knocking continued all night. Steady, patient, as if it knew I couldn't hide forever. The next day, I decided to search Dee's room for clues. Under her bed, I found an old wooden box, carved with strange symbols inside of which was a tangle of hair, broken nails, and a torn-up fabric doll with its head ripped off. When I touched it, the room shook, the lights flickered, and a low growl echoed from beneath the floor. I threw the box away, but it rolled back to my feet as if controlled by an invisible force. From that moment, the entity no longer just watched, it began to act. One evening as I was doing my homework, the chair beside me slid out on its own, then flipped over, as if inviting me to sit with it. I ran out of the room, but the raspy laughter followed me, echoing in my mind. I couldn't take it anymore. The feeling of being trapped in my own house was driving me insane. I started hearing footsteps around the room at night, but now, it wasn't just the sound of footsteps. It was the sound of claws scraping the wooden floor, accompanied by a screeching noise like metal being bent. One night, I woke up to a bone-chilling cold and saw my breath turn to white smoke in the air. My bed shook as if something was crawling underneath. I didn't dare look down. But then, a bony, dark hand, full of sharp claws, reached up from under the bed, gripping tightly onto the sheet. It yanked hard, and I tumbled to the floor, screaming in panic. The entity revealed its true form. A tall, faceless shadow, with a body misshapen as if it was sewn together from pieces of dead bodies. Its glowing red eye sockets now flickered like warning lights, and from its invisible mouth came a growl that shook the entire house. I crawled, backward, hitting the wall, but it advanced, each step cracking the floor beneath. It grabbed my legs and dragged me off the bed, but this time it didn't let go. It pulled me through the hallway, its claws sinking deep into my flesh, leaving long trails of blood on the floor. I tried to grip the doorframe, but its strength was beyond human. The raspy laughter echoed again, now clearer, like hundreds of voices blending together chanting curses. I screamed for my mom, my brother, anyone. But the house remained eerily silent. When I was dragged to the stairs leading to the short basement, I saw Dee standing there motionless, her eyes white, her mouth twisted into a grimace. "It has chosen you," she repeated, and then she vanished into the darkness. The entity threw me down the basement stairs where the air was thick with the stench of decay. I crashed onto the cold concrete floor, and in that moment, I saw other figures. No, not people, but trapped souls, their faces distorted, their empty eyes reaching out toward me as if wanting to drag me down with them. I found an old hammer in the corner and swung it toward the entity as it charged at me. The hammer passed through it like striking smoke, but it roared, stepping back. I seized the opportunity and scrambled up the stairs, locking the basement door behind me. But the banging from below echoed like thunder, each thud shaking the hinges. I ran into my mother's room, finding her sound asleep. But when I shook her awake, she opened her eyes, completely white, just like Dee's. "It's inside all of us," she whispered, then collapsed, unconscious. I couldn't take it anymore. The feeling of being trapped in my own house was driving me insane. I started hearing footsteps around the room at night, but now it wasn't just the sound of footsteps. It was the sound of claws scraping across the wooden floor, accompanied by a screeching noise, like metal being bent. One night I woke up to a bone-chilling cold and saw my breath turn into white smoke in the air. My bed shook, as if something was crawling underneath it. I didn't dare look down, but then, a bony, dark hand, full of sharp claws, reached up from beneath the bed, gripping tightly onto the sheet. It yanked hard, and I fell to the floor, screaming in panic. The entity revealed its true form, a tall, faceless shadow with a twisted body, as if it had been pieced together from dead corpses. Its red eye sockets now flickered like warning lights, and from its invisible mouth came a growl that shook the entire house. I crawled backward, crashing into the wall, but it advanced, each step causing the floor to crack. It grabbed my legs and dragged me off the bed, but this time it didn't let go. It dragged me down the hallway, its claws digging deep into my flesh, leaving long trails of blood on the floor. I tried to grip the doorframe, but its strength was beyond human. The raspy laughter echoed again, now clearer, like hundreds of voices blending together chanting curses. I screamed for my mom, my brother, anyone, but the house remained eerily silent. When I was dragged to the stairs leading down to the short basement, I saw Dee standing there, motionless, her eyes completely white, her mouth twisted into a grimace. "It has chosen you," she repeated, and then she vanished into the darkness. The entity threw me down the basement stairs where the air was thick with the stench of decay. I crashed onto the cold concrete floor, and in that moment, I saw other figures. No, not people, but trapped souls, their faces distorted, their empty eyes reaching out toward me as if wanting to drag me down with them. I found an old hammer in the corner and swung it at the entity as it charged at me. The hammer passed through it like striking smoke, but it roared and took a step back. I seized the opportunity and scrambled up the stairs, locking the basement door behind me. But the banging from below echoed like thunder, each thud making the hinges shake. I ran into my mother's room, finding her sound asleep. But when I shook her awake, she opened her eyes, completely white, just like Dee. "It's inside all of us," she whispered, then collapsed, unconscious. In the winter of 2019, the small town of Revelstoke in British Columbia, Canada, was blanketed in white snow, with wooden houses nestled amidst the vast forest of pine trees. Daniel Harper, a 40-year-old man living alone in a small cabin on The outskirts of the forest enjoyed the quiet of winter, until that fateful night. After a long day working at the sawmill, he returned home, lit the fireplace, and sank into sleep on the old armchair. The sound of the wind howling through the window cracks like a lullaby. But that peace didn't last. In the middle of the night, a strange noise woke him up, not the sound of the wind, but a heavy thud, as if someone was smashing things. I was jolted awake, hearing a loud noise coming from downstairs, like someone was rummaging through the house. Daniel sat up, his heart pounding, the light from the fireplace casting a tense glow on his face. He immediately thought of a burglar. The area was rarely visited by strangers, but it wasn't impossible. He grabbed the baseball bat that was resting under the chair and quietly walked down the stairs, each step creaking in the darkness. The air felt unnaturally cold, as if a gust of wind had blown in from the outside. When he reached the kitchen door, the musty smell of damp wood and the forest filled his nostrils, accompanied by a low, heavy breathing sound. Daniel stopped, his hand trembling on the doorknob. He pushed the door open gently, and the dim light from the street lamp outside illuminated the scene. A massive black bear, nearly 2 meters tall, was standing in the middle of the kitchen, its claws shredding through a garbage bag, its bright eyes staring directly at him. Daniel froze, the baseball bat in his hand suddenly useless in front of the enormous beast. I pushed open the kitchen door and saw it, a giant black bear rummaging through the refrigerator, its claws tearing through everything. The bear didn't notice him at first, too busy ripping apart the bag of frozen meat he had left on the counter. The sound of chewing and the claws scraping across the wooden floor echoed through the silent house, sending chills down Daniel's spine. He took a step back, but the floor creaked under his feet, and the bear immediately raised its head, its black eyes locking onto him. It growled, the deep rumble shaking the entire kitchen, causing several plates to fall off the shelf. Daniel instinctively raised the bat, but the bear stood on its hind legs towering over him, its claws glinting in the weak light. He yelled, "Go away!" his voice shaky with fear. But the bear didn't back down. It charged, its heavy footsteps crushing the wooden floor, and Daniel swung the bat, hitting it in the shoulder. The strike felt like a mere scratch, only making the bear angrier. It swung its claws, ripping Daniel's sleeve, leaving 3 bloody gashes on his arm. Daniel was knocked backward, tumbling to the floor, his heart pounding as the bear advanced, its hot breath blowing in his face. He scrambled backward, his hands searching for something to defend himself with, and he grabbed a frying pan on the floor. He threw it hard at the bear's head, hearing a clink, but it just shook its head, growling more ferociously, ready to charge again. Daniel had no choice but to run. He jumped up, rushing out of the kitchen, hearing the bear slam into the doorframe behind him, shaking the entire house. I ran up the stairs, my heart racing, hearing it destroy everything downstairs. He ran into the bedroom, slammed the door shut, and pushed the wardrobe to block it. But the sound of claws scraping against the wood came immediately after. The bear growled, pounding on the door, each strike making the hinges crack. Daniel looked around, panicking, then jumped onto the windowsill and threw it open. The cold wind cut through him, but he didn't care. He climbed out, grabbing onto the slippery roof covered in snow. The bear smashed through the door, charging into the room just as he jumped down onto the snow below, tumbling and rolling several times before getting back up. He looked back and saw the bear's head poking through the window, growling angrily, but it was too big to squeeze through. Daniel ran desperately toward the forest, barefoot, stepping onto the icy snow, blood dripping from the scratches on his arm onto the white ground. He heard noises behind him, not one, but 2 more bears, lumbering out from the deep forest darkness, drawn by the smell of blood. He dove into a nearby stream, the cold water numbing his legs. but he hoped it would wash away the scent of blood and shake off the bears. The growling gradually faded, and he hid behind a large rock, panting, waiting in the dark. But then, a new sound echoed, a strange screech, not like a bear but more like a rasping laugh coming from deep in the forest. Daniel huddled behind the rock, his body trembling from the cold and fear. The growling of the bears had stopped, but the rasping laugh still echoed, closer, as if something was moving between the trees. He held his breath, peeking through a crack, and saw a tall, thin figure. Not a bear, but something humanoid, yet distorted, with abnormally long arms sweeping through the snow. It stopped, tilted, its head as if sniffing the air, then turned directly toward him. Its eyes glowed brightly in the darkness, not like an animal's, but like two flickering flames. He wanted to scream, but his throat was dry. I hid in the dark, hearing it approach, my heart stopping. The figure moved closer, revealing its face. Not a human face, but a grayish, featureless face, with no nose and a mouth torn wide open, full of sharp teeth. It whispered something in a language he couldn't understand, and from its hand, a long claw emerged, scraping against the rock, leaving a deep scratch. Daniel realized this wasn't an accident. The bear had been a distraction, luring him out of the house and into the hands of this thing. He ran again, but when he looked back, the figure had vanished. He made it back home, locked the door, and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was safe. But the next morning he found strange footprints around the house. Not bear tracks, but human-sized with claws. On the kitchen door, a deep carving was etched. "We will return." I'm Molly, and this story begins in 1978, when I was only 4 years old, living with my family in an old house in rural Kansas. It was a large, dilapidated house, situated amidst endless wheat fields, with creaky wooden walls that groaned every time the wind blew through. My mother, a strict but loving woman, always said the house was a steal because it was cheap, despite having been abandoned for many years before we moved in. My father, a quiet farmer, would simply nod in agreement, but I remember the way he would often avert his eyes when he looked at the wooden staircase leading to the upper floor, the very place that would later become the center of all the nightmares. On the first night in the house, I woke up in the stifling darkness. I wasn't lying in the little bed my mother had set up for me in the small bedroom on the second floor. Instead, I was lying on the cold wooden floor, a few meters away from my bed in a dark corner of the room. I didn't know how I had gotten there, only that I had been sleeping soundly on my bed before. My body shivered from the cold, even though it was summer in Kansas, the heat scorching everything outside. I rubbed my eyes and tried to look around, but the darkness in the room was so thick that I couldn't even see my own hand when I raised it in front of my face. The wind whistled through a gap in the window, sounding like the moan of someone, and I felt an unusual draft brush my neck, as if someone was standing right behind me, breathing softly. I called out to my mother, my voice small and trembling. "Mom?" But there was no reply. The house was eerily silent, with only the creaking of the wood echoing from somewhere in the darkness, as if it were alive, breathing with me. I crawled up, my hands and feet numb, fumbling toward the bed, but the wooden floor beneath my hands seemed to slightly vibrate, like the beat of a giant heart buried deep below. I paused, my heart racing, and then I heard it, a faint whisper, unclear and garbled, coming from the corner of the room where I had just been lying. I turned around but saw nothing except darkness. "Is someone there?" I asked, my voice trembling, but the whisper only grew louder, as if it were answering me in a language I didn't understand. I screamed and ran toward the door, but the doorknob wouldn't turn. It was stuck, as if someone was holding it from the other side. I pounded on the door, crying out, until I heard the heavy footsteps of my father echoing down the hallway. The door flew open, and he stood there, his hair disheveled, his eyes full of worry. "Molly, what's wrong?" he asked, his voice rough. I clung to his legs, telling him about waking up on the floor and hearing the whispering. My father frowned, looking around the room before saying, "You must have sleepwalked. Don't worry, it's just a bad dream." But as he led me back to bed, I saw him glance quickly at the corner of the room, his eyes filled with a flicker of fear, as if he too sensed something he didn't want to admit. In the nights that followed, nothing stopped. I kept waking up on the floor, always in the same corner of the room, even though my mother had locked the door to prevent me from sleepwalking out. My mother began to worry, but she told me it was just because I wasn't used to the new house. But I knew it wasn't that. Every time I woke up, I felt that coldness cling to my skin, and the whispering grew clearer, like a voice trying to call my name. "Molly. Molly." I didn't dare tell my parents anymore, afraid they would think I was making it up, but the fear started gnawing at me every time the sun set. The house was no longer a refuge, it was like a trap, and I was the prey stuck inside. One night, as I lay in bed, trying to force myself not to sleep, I heard a soft scratching sound under the floor, not the sound of mice, but like someone's fingernails scraping against the wood from underneath. I shot up, my heart pounding, looking down at the floor. In the dim light from the nightlight, I saw fresh, long scratches, as if something had just carved into the wood. I screamed and ran out of the room, rushing down the stairs and banged on my parents' door. When they came to check, the scratches were gone, but my mother started looking at me differently, not with concern, but with fear. "Maybe we should call someone to check the room," she whispered to my father, but he just shook his head, gruffly replying, "Don't talk nonsense." From that point on, I started noticing other strange things in the house. Heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway at night, even though the entire family was asleep. The window in my room would open by itself, even though it had been locked tightly. And sometimes, when I passed by the stairs, I saw a figure standing silently on the second floor. But when I looked up, no one was there. I didn't understand what was happening, but I knew that room wasn't right and it was pulling me into something I couldn't escape. The house wasn't just old, it was alive, and it wanted me to stay with it forever. The following weeks were filled with relentless fear. Every night I tried to stay awake, but sleep always pulled me under, and when I woke up, I was lying on the floor, in that same cursed corner. I started to hate that room, but my parents wouldn't let me move out, telling me I was just imagining things. My mother even placed a small crucifix on my bedside table, hoping it would chase away my silly thoughts, but it didn't help at all. The whispering was no longer vague. It was clear, cold, and full of anger. "Molly, stay here." I covered my ears, crying softly, but that voice seemed to echo from within my head, unable to escape. One day, when my father was out working in the fields and my mother was busy in the kitchen, I decided to investigate on my own. I climbed up to the attic, where my parents had forbidden me to go because the floor was weak. But I needed answers. The attic was dusty, the light from the small window casting beams over old wooden crates and thick spider webs. I rummaged through the mess, my hands shaking, and found a rusty iron box locked tightly. I used a piece of wood to pry it open, and inside were stacks of yellowed documents and a few black and white photographs. One photo showed a family standing in front of the house, parents and 3 children, but their faces had been blacked out with ink, as if someone wanted to erase their existence. Below the photo was a handwritten, trembling note. They never left. I skimmed through the papers, police reports from 1942, about a disappearance. A family of 5 who had lived in the house vanished without a trace after a stormy night. Their belongings were found untouched, but the floor of the upstairs room was covered in scratch marks, as though someone had tried to escape using their fingernails. I shivered, feeling the cold of the attic seep into my bones. I took the papers downstairs to my mother, but she just glanced at them and dismissed them. "Don't dig up the past, Molly. This house isn't haunted." But I saw her hands tremble as she shoved the papers into a drawer, and that night she didn't sleep. I heard her praying in the living room until morning. After that discovery, everything got worse. The scratching sounds under the floor started, happening even during the day, and I began noticing tiny handprints, like those of a child, appearing on the walls of my room, only to vanish when I called my mother to look. One time during dinner, our whole family heard a blood-curdling scream from upstairs. My father rushed up, axe in hand, but when we entered my room, there was nothing but the broken nightlight on the floor. My father muttered, "Must have been the wind," but I saw him look at the room with a fearful glance. My mother began losing sleep, dark circles under her eyes, and she would often stand outside my room at night, as if watching over something. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I decided to tell my grandmother, the only person I trusted to listen. She came to visit one rainy afternoon, bringing the smell of freshly baked bread and warmth I longed for. I led her upstairs and told her everything, the whispering, the scratching, the papers in the attic. She sat quietly, her face pale, then grabbed my hand tightly. "Molly, you're not imagining things," she whispered. "This house has something wrong with it. I've heard stories about it when I was young. People say it devours those who live in it too long." She told me to pack my things, saying she would convince my parents to let me stay with her. But when she went downstairs to talk to my mother, I heard a heated argument. "Don't fill her head with that ghost nonsense," my mother shouted. My grandmother left, unable to take me with her, and I felt the door of hope slam shut. That night I stayed awake, hugging my pillow in bed, when a loud noise exploded from under the floor. I jumped, looking down. The floorboard had popped loose, revealing a pitch-black void underneath. I knelt down, trembling, and heard the whispering coming from below, clearer than ever. "Molly, come down to us." I screamed and ran out of the room, but when my parents came to check, the floorboard was back in its original place, as if it had never been moved. My mother held me, whispering, "You need to sleep, Molly. Everything will be okay." But I saw her glance at the floor with a look of terror. After that, I didn't dare sleep in my room anymore, often curling up on the sofa downstairs. But the whispering still followed me, echoing from the stairs, like an invitation that never stopped. One stormy night, while my father was out delivering goods, and my mother had fallen asleep on the couch from exhaustion, I heard a call from upstairs. Not a whisper, but a clear scream. "Molly!" I shivered, but I couldn't ignore it. I grabbed the flashlight and climbed the stairs, each wooden step creaking underfoot as if the house itself wanted to swallow me. When I reached my room, the door was wide open, even though I distinctly remembered locking it before going downstairs. I stepped inside, the flashlight beam sweeping across the empty room, and then I saw it. A small figure, like a child, standing in the corner of the room where I always woke up. It had no face, just a smooth, pitch-black head, but I could feel it watching me, its invisible eyes boring into my mind. I screamed and stepped back, but the door slammed shut behind me. The figure moved toward me, not walking but gliding across the floor, leaving long scratch marks on the wood. "Molly, stay with us," it said, its voice a mixture of dozens of children's voices, sweet yet terrifying. I banged on the door, crying, but no one heard. The flashlight fell, flickering, and I saw the figure was no longer alone. Other shapes began to rise from the floor, from the walls, from the ceiling. They were all distorted, with long limbs reaching toward me. I stumbled, crawling toward the bed, but the floor beneath my hands cracked open, revealing a deep, pitch-black hole, and from it, a cold hand grabbed my ankle, pulling me sharply down. I screamed, kicking wildly, and the hand released its grip, but a hoarse laugh echoed from the hole as if they were playing with me. I ran toward the door, pounding on it until my mother woke up and rushed to open it. She embraced me, her face pale, but when I pointed to the hole, it had vanished. The floor was intact, no crack in sight. My mother shook her head and said, "You're just imagining things, Molly. There's nothing under the floor." But I saw her tremble as she looked around the room. I cried, begging her to take me away, but she just led me downstairs, locking the door behind me, as though that could stop whatever was inside. The next day my father returned and I told him everything. He was silent, then went upstairs to check. When he came down, he was holding an old notebook with a tattered leather cover that he found under the floor. A piece of wood had truly been pried up. The notebook was the journal of a man named Samuel, who had lived in the house in 1942. He wrote about his children, 3 kids, all of whom went missing after a stormy night. "They didn't die," he wrote. "They were pulled down beneath the floor. The house wants to keep them, and now it wants me too." The last line was scribbled in panic. "Don't sleep in that room." My father finished reading and turned pale. He looked at my mother and said, "Maybe we should leave." But my mother dismissed it. "Stop talking nonsense. We can't afford to move." That night I heard them argue, my mother crying, my father yelling that he had also heard the whispers from my room. They decided to call a priest, hoping he could do something. The priest arrived the next morning, a tall, thin man with sharp eyes. He walked into my room, holding the crucifix, and began praying. But when he placed his hand on the floor, a terrible roar erupted from beneath, and he collapsed, blood flowing from his nose. "This house doesn't want me here," he whispered, then left, not daring to return. After the priest left, my parents had no choice but to stay. We tried to live normally, but I never slept in that room again. I slept on the sofa downstairs, even though the whispers still echoed from the stairs. The house grew heavier, as if it were angry for not being able to keep me in the room. The scratching, the footsteps, and the screams became more frequent, even when I was awake. One night, I saw my mother standing at the door to my room, holding a kitchen knife, her eyes blank. "I have to drive them away," she whispered. But my father pulled her down, locking her in their bedroom for the night. I grew up with that fear, and when I was old enough, I left Kansas, vowing never to return. But the house didn't let me go. The dreams of the room, of the faceless figure, followed me wherever I went. When I turned 25, I received the news that my parents had died in a fire. The house had burned down for unknown reasons, and all that was found were ashes. I went back to handle the estate, standing in front of the ruins, but that feeling was still there. The cold, the whispers, as though the house had never truly disappeared. Years later, when I had my own family, I told my daughter Emma this story when she asked about my childhood. I thought it was just a memory, until one night when Emma, then 4 years old, screamed from her bedroom. I rushed in to find her lying on the floor, in the corner of the room, her eyes wide with panic. "Mom, someone is calling me," she cried. I hugged Emma tightly, my heart pounding, and I heard it, the whispering from under the floor. "Emma, stay with us." I looked down and saw new scratches on the wood, and in the mirror the white eyes of the faceless figure stared back at me, smiling. The house had burned down, but its curse still lived on, and now it wanted my daughter. I am Emma, 20 years old, living on a small farm in Texas with my parents. That night I was sitting on the porch, gazing at the stars and listening to the crickets chirping in the cool air. The moon hung low, casting a faint light over the endless stretch of dry grass. The breeze was gentle, carrying the scent of earth and burnt grass. A peaceful night, until I heard a strange sound. A short, high-pitched whistle echoed from the old horse barn a few hundred meters away from the house. I smiled, thinking it was my dad playing a prank on me as usual, so I whistled back, long and loud. But then, the whistle came back, not from the barn, but from the field, much closer. My heart raced. I stood up, peering into the darkness, but all I could see was the grass swaying in the wind. "Dad?" I called, but no one answered. The whistle sounded again, this time from the wooden fence, sharp and cold like someone imitating me, but distorted, no longer sounding human. A chill ran down my spine. I knew that in Texas people often talk about skinwalkers, shape-shifting creatures that take on human forms, but I always thought that was just a story. I entered the house and locked the door, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I turned off the porch light to see more clearly through the window, hoping it was just some wild animal. But when I looked out, I saw a tall, thin figure standing near the fence, its head tilted, its eyes gleaming bright white under the moonlight. It didn't move, just stood there staring straight at me. The whistle sounded again, now seeming to come from right outside the door, sharp and drawn out. I stepped back, my hand trembling as I held my phone, but there was no signal. Something that rarely happened here. Then I heard footsteps, thud, thud, slow, steady, circling the house. I ran upstairs, hiding under the bed, my breath ragged. The footsteps stopped and a light scratching sound, scritch, scritch, came from the window downstairs. I closed my eyes, praying it was just the wind. But a raspy voice whispered through the crack in the door. "Emma, whistle again." The voice sounded just like mine, but distorted, as if someone was trying to mimic me but couldn't grasp the emotion. I covered my mouth, afraid to breathe too loudly, but the whistle came again, from inside the house, right beneath the floor of my room. I crawled out from under the bed, my heart pounding. I opened the bedroom door and looked down the stairs, but saw nothing but darkness. The whistle was now closer, coming from the living room. I grabbed the baseball bat from the corner of the room and slowly descended the stairs, my legs shaking. When I reached the bottom, I turned on the light, but the light flickered and then went out completely. In the darkness, I saw it, a tall, gaunt figure with grayish skin, standing in the middle of the living room, its white eyes staring straight at me. Its arms were long and thin, with sharp black claws lightly scratching the wooden floor, leaving deep gouges. "Emma," it whispered, my own voice echoing from its mouth. I screamed and swung the bat, but it easily leaned to the side, avoiding the strike, then whistled, a deafening sound that made me collapse, clutching my head. I screamed, "What are you?" But it just tilted its head, watching me as though studying me. Then it took a slow step forward, each heavy footfall making the floor shake. I crawled backward, crashing into the wall, and saw another hand rise from the darkness behind the sofa. Not one, but two creatures. The whistle now came from both of them, blending into a horrific melody, as if they were playing with my fear. I ran out the back door, across the field, not caring about the grass cutting into my legs or the cold wind biting at my skin. I made my way to the barn, hoping to find a place to hide, but when I looked back, I saw it standing right on the porch, watching me. The whistle followed, not fast, but continuous, like a reminder that I couldn't escape. I hid in the barn, crouching, behind a pile of dry hay, but the footsteps started again. Thud, thud, coming from outside the barn door. A bony hand pushed the door open and I saw its white, lifeless eyes glinting in the dark. "Emma, play with me," it said, flashing a twisted smile full of sharp teeth. I screamed and threw the bat, but it disappeared the moment the bat hit the ground. The whistling stopped, and I thought I had escaped. But when I returned home, I found a long scratch mark on the front door, and inside, a small piece of paper was lying on the table, written in red ink. Whistle again. Now I'm 22, and every time night falls on the farm, I still hear that whistle from afar. I never respond anymore, but every night the footsteps and the whispers echo, as if it's waiting for me to break that vow of silence. Under the vast sky of the Australian countryside, where the dry fields stretch endlessly, Liam, a 20-year-old student from Sydney, arrived at his uncle's farm to spend his summer holiday in December 2024. The farm stood isolated amid low shrubs and sparse forests, miles away from the nearest town. By day, the scorching heat and the deafening hum of cicadas dominated everything. But when night fell, an eerie silence blanketed the area, leaving only the sound of wind rustling through the sparse trees. Liam enjoyed walking around the vast land to relax after his stressful study hours, but lately, he had started feeling uneasy. "I always feel like I'm being watched whenever I walk at night," Liam recalls, his voice still tinged with confusion. At first, he thought it was just the isolation of the farm. No streetlights, no neighbors, just the thick darkness surrounding him. But on one Tuesday evening when he was walking down the trail leading to the old cattle shed, an icy chill suddenly ran down his spine. He stopped, shining his flashlight around the bushes, but saw nothing except the branches swaying in the wind. Then he heard it. The sound of claws scraping the earth, as if something was moving in the underbrush. He remembers. The sharp sound had a rhythm, like fingernails scraping on stone, but it wasn't constant. It came and went, as though it was hiding. Liam stood still, his breath heavy, the flashlight trembling in his hand. He called out, "Is someone there?" But only the wind answered, carrying the scent of dry earth and something foul, like rotting meat passing by. He kept walking, trying to stay calm, but the scraping continued. It moved parallel to him, hidden in the dark. He turned around, shining the light into the bushes, and for a moment, he saw two small glowing dots, like animal eyes, flicker and then disappear. His heart raced, but he convinced himself it was just a dingo or a desert fox, like his uncle had told him. The next night, Liam decided to go further, bringing a wooden stick for protection. The air was colder than usual, even though it was the peak of the Australian summer. He had just stepped over the old fence when the scraping sound came again, this time closer, almost at his feet. He swung the stick at the bushes but hit nothing. Suddenly, the sky above lit up, a strange blue light, flickering like a signal light, hanging among the stars before disappearing within seconds. Liam looked up, his mouth agape, forgetting the scraping sound beneath him. The light wasn't like an airplane or a meteor. It was too slow, too deliberate. He turned and ran back to the house, his heart pounding in his chest, the feeling of something chasing him. Not footsteps, but a cold draft following close behind, his neck. When he burst through the door, his Uncle Tom was sitting watching TV. Liam recounted everything, breathless. "My uncle said it could be a dingo, or maybe I was imagining it," he said. But Tom's glance was fleetingly worried, as if he knew something but didn't want to say. After that night, Liam no longer walked at night, but the unease didn't leave him. He began hearing the scratching noises at night, not from outside, but from inside the house, softly, as though something was scraping the floorboards beneath his bed. He turned on the light and checked the room, but found nothing except small scratches on the floor, thin, uneven, like the marks of children's nails. He asked Uncle Tom about it, but he just shrugged. Old house, probably rats, and returned to his beer. But Liam didn't believe it. Rats couldn't make sounds that heavy, and they couldn't explain the strange blue light he had seen. One night, as a summer storm rolled in, lightning streaking across the sky, Liam couldn't sleep. The sound of rain pounding on the tin roof drowned out everything else, but when the storm temporarily subsided, he heard it again. The sound of claws scraping the earth closer than ever, this time right outside his bedroom window. He pulled back the curtain and looked out through the fogged glass, and his heart stopped for a second. A gaunt figure, unnaturally tall, stood beneath a tree just a few meters from the house, its head tilted to one side, its face obscured, but two faint blue glowing dots, like eyes, hovered in the dark, staring straight at him. Liam screamed, stepping back and knocking over the bedside lamp. The noise woke Uncle Tom, who rushed into the room with a shotgun. "What is it?" he shouted, but when they looked again, the figure had vanished, leaving only the sound of rain falling evenly. Liam stammered out what had happened, but Uncle Tom just shook his head. "You're just stressed out. Go to sleep," he said. But when he turned away, Liam saw his hands trembling, and the gun still gripped tightly. The next night, Liam decided to face whatever it was. He took a stronger flashlight and his phone to record a video, stepping outside despite the light drizzle. He walked towards the tree, where the figure had appeared, his heart pounding in his chest. The wet earth beneath his feet was slippery, but when he shined the flashlight down, he saw them. Deep scratches on the tree trunk, not from animals, but as if human nails had dug into the wood, stretching several meters up. He raised his phone to film, but the screen suddenly flickered, and the flashlight flickered uncontrollably. Then, he heard a screech. Not the wind, but a sound of metal being bent, coming from the bushes behind him. He turned, and the blue light appeared again, this time closer, hovering above the tree, blinking as if communicating. Liam stood frozen, not daring to breathe, until a heavy thud sounded right behind him. He turned, and in front of him was the figure, taller than 2 meters, as thin as a skeleton, with long arms hanging down to the ground. Its head had no face, just 2 glowing blue hollows staring at him, and its mouth, if it could be called a mouth, opened, emitting a chilling screech. Liam screamed, swinging the flashlight, but it didn't back down. It stepped forward, its long nails scraping the ground, leaving deep grooves. He turned and ran, but his foot slipped in the mud, sending him crashing to the ground. The screech grew louder, and he felt a cold breeze wrap around his neck, as if an invisible hand was tightening. The phone in his hand vibrated violently, a call from Uncle Tom. He answered, shouting, "Uncle, it's here!" Uncle Tom's panicked voice echoed, "Run, Liam! Run now!" I am Lisa, 20 years old, an American student studying abroad in Paris, living in a small apartment near the Seine River. That night, I left the university library at 10 p.m., walking on the cold cobblestone streets in dense fog. The streets were quiet, only the sound of my footsteps echoing between the old buildings. The streetlights were faint, flickering through the mist, and I pulled my coat tighter, a sense of unease rising, though I couldn't pinpoint why. Paris is always beautiful, but that night it had a strange, eerie air. I heard footsteps behind me, slow and steady, as if someone was deliberately following me. When I passed through a narrow alley, I turned around, but saw no one, only darkness and thick fog. I told myself it was just my imagination, but as I continued walking, the footsteps got closer. I sped up, my heart pounding, and the footsteps quickened as well, like a shadow moving in sync with me. I turned again, and this time I saw a man standing under the streetlight about 10 meters away. Tall and thin, wearing a long black coat, his face hidden in the shadows, but his eyes gleamed. White, not reflecting the light, but glowing, like two spots of light in the night. I ran through the small alleys, trying to find my way home, but the feeling of being followed didn't go away. I kept running, not caring that my shoes slipped on the wet stones. The footsteps followed, not hurried, but relentless, as if he knew I couldn't escape. The streets of Paris felt like a maze, and I began to panic, my breath coming out in white puffs in the cold air. When I got close to my apartment, I glanced over my shoulder. He was still there, a distance away, standing still under the streetlight, staring directly at me. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking, and rushed inside, hoping to escape him. I slammed the door of my apartment, locked it securely, and leaned against the door, trying to calm down. My heart was racing, sweat running down my face despite the freezing cold. I turned on the light, checked the windows, all locked, and sat down on the sofa, telling myself it was just a strange guy, nothing more. But then I heard a faint sound from the hallway outside. A soft click, like someone had dropped something on the floor. I stood up, peered through the peephole. There was no one, but a small piece of paper lay under the door, written in red ink. "Good night, Emma." I froze. No one in Paris knew my name except for a few friends at school. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat curled up on the sofa, hugging a pillow, eyes fixed on the door, fearing he would come back. The wind howled through the window, but mixed with it was another sound, the short, cold whistle, as if someone were standing right outside the hallway. I turned off the light, hid in the corner of the room, but the whistling didn't stop. Now, it seemed to come from inside the walls. I grabbed my phone, ready to call the police, but there was no signal. The screen flickered strangely, and then went blank. A soft scratching sound, rot, rot, came from the door, and I saw a tall, thin figure glide past the window, even though my apartment was on the 3rd floor. I jumped up, ran into the bedroom, locked the door, and hid under the bed. The scratching grew louder, like fingernails scraping against wood, and a hoarse voice whispered through the crack in the door. "Emma, open the door." The voice didn't sound human. It was distorted, hollow, like someone mimicking me, but devoid of feeling. I covered my mouth, not daring to breathe, but the whistling came again, from inside the room, right on my bed. I looked up through the gap. One thin grayish hand was emerging from the edge of the mattress, sharp black claws scraping lightly on the floor. I screamed, ran out of the room, but when I opened the door, the hallway was empty. Just another piece of paper, written, "I see you." The next morning I called my roommate Lisa to stay with me, but I didn't dare tell her everything. I checked the front door, no signs of forced entry, but the paper was still there, a reminder of my fear. Lisa thought I was imagining things, but that night when she was asleep I heard the whistling again, not from outside but from the closet. I turned on the light, opened the closet door. Empty, but a stench of decay wafted by like a dead animal. I shut the door, turned back to the bed, and saw a long scratch mark on the wall right where I had been standing. Lisa woke up, asking what was wrong, but I just shook my head, unable to speak. I began to see him in the mirror, standing behind me, his white eyes staring. But when I turned around, there was nothing. The following nights, the whistling and scratching returned, sometimes from the door, sometimes from the ceiling. My hands were full of unexplained scratches, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw him standing in the corner of the room, smiling with a twisted grin full of sharp teeth. I called the police, but they found nothing but those strange pieces of paper. One night, I found another piece of paper under my pillow. Written, "I'm closer than you think." I moved out of the apartment, trying to forget, but the fear still clung to me. Now, at 22, I live in a small town, but every time night falls I still hear the footsteps and the whistling from afar. I went back to the US, but I couldn't escape. One night I woke up, saw the window open wide, though I had locked it tightly. On the table, there was a new piece of paper, written, "Welcome home, Lisa." The whistling came from under the bed, and I knew, no matter how far I ran, he was still following me, waiting for the moment I opened the door one last time. I'm Jake, 28, and my wife, Sarah, 26. We'd been married for a year and lived in a small town in the US, but that weekend, we decided to drive through Wyoming to visit Sarah's family. That night, we were driving on a desolate road in Wyoming. No streetlights, just the faint glow of the moon overhead. The road stretched endlessly, with fields of wild grass on either side and low hills fading into the darkness. The radio crackled, playing intermittent country music, and Sarah yawned, resting her head against the window. "How much further?" she asked, her voice groggy. I glanced at the clock. It was 11 p.m., and replied, "Maybe another hour." Then I saw it, a pair of headlights flashing in the rearview mirror, far off but approaching quickly. I looked at the mirror and saw an old, rusted pickup truck with two figures inside. I frowned, thinking it was a police vehicle or someone in a hurry, but when I looked closer, the headlights were flickering strangely, like the truck was swerving on the road. Sarah sat up straight, turning to look. "Who's that?" she whispered. I shook my head, keeping my hands on the wheel, but an uneasy feeling started to rise. The truck behind us sped up, closing in, the headlights blinding me momentarily. I pressed the gas, trying to keep a distance, but it was right on our tail, close enough that I could hear the engine roaring over the wind. Sarah gripped my hand, her breath quickening. "Jake, do something!" she yelled. I honked the horn, loudly, hoping they'd stop, but they didn't react, just kept getting closer. Then the pickup sped ahead, cutting in front of our car, forcing me to slam on the brakes. The tires screeched on the road, Sarah screamed, and the car came to a halt in the middle of the pitch-black road. Two men stepped out of the pickup slowly, as if they knew we couldn't escape. One man was tall, holding a metal rod, the other shorter, holding something gleaming. A knife. They walked toward our car, silent, the sound of their heavy footsteps echoing on the road. I locked the car doors and shouted, "Go away!" But they didn't stop, continuing to approach. The tall man slammed the rod against the windshield, a crack spreading like a spider's web. Sarah cried, clinging to me, and I tried to drive through them, but it was no use. The pickup blocked the road, but I swerved onto the grass, the wheels sinking deep into the soft earth. I drove through a sharp turn, my heart pounding, not knowing what to do except keep driving. We managed to get a few 100 meters away, but the pickup was still chasing us, its headlights blinding in the rear view mirror. The road narrowed with thick pine trees on both sides, and I realized we were lost on a trail that wasn't on the map. Sarah whispered, "What do they want?" But I didn't know. I just knew we had to keep running. I couldn't answer, only that if we stopped, we wouldn't survive the night. The pickup engine roared behind us, closer than ever, and I saw the shorter man lean out of the window, whistling a short, cold melody, as if mocking us. Then a loud bang rang out. The tire blew, the car swerved, and I lost control. We slammed into a large tree by the side of the road. The airbags deployed, sending a sharp pain through my body. Sarah groaned, blood trickling from her forehead, and I staggered to open the door, pulling her out. The pickup stopped a few meters away, the two men stepping out again, their shadows cast by the headlights like two monsters. I looked outside but saw nothing, just darkness and fear overwhelming me. I pulled Sarah back into the woods, my feet slipping on the dry leaves. They walked toward us, not in a hurry, as if they knew we had no way out. The tall man whistled again, the sharp tone echoing through the woods, and I felt a cold breeze on my neck even though there was no wind. We ran deeper into the woods, branches slapping against our faces, but we couldn't escape them. I dragged Sarah behind a large tree, hoping they wouldn't find us. I heard their footsteps behind us, their hoarse laughter echoing in the darkness, as if they were toying with us. Sarah gasped for breath, gripping my hand so tightly it hurt, and I covered her mouth, not daring to breathe too loudly. But then a tall figure glided past us just a few meters away, its pale eyes glowing under the moonlight. It wasn't human. Its skin was gray, its arms unnaturally long, and when it turned to look back, I saw its twisted smile, full of sharp teeth. I tried to forget it, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw them standing there. I whispered, "Don't look," but Sarah had seen and she screamed. The scream was the signal. The two men charged toward us faster than ever. We stumbled down a small hill, tumbling to the ground, and when we looked up, they were standing at the top of the hill looking down at us. The shorter man raised his knife, the steel flashing brightly, and I thought this was the end, until another set of headlights appeared. In the distance, an SUV came racing toward us, its headlights blinding, and I thought we were saved. The SUV skidded to a halt right beside us. The door flew open, and a couple, a bearded man and a woman with short hair, jumped out. The man shouted, "Get in, quick!" And we didn't hesitate, rushing into the back seat. The woman had a hunting rifle, pointing it at the two men on the hill, but they didn't run. They stood still, staring at us, and the tall man whistled one last time, long and cold, as if promising to return. The SUV backed up, speeding away down the trail, and I looked back. The two men vanished into the darkness, as if they had never existed. Sarah held my hand, trembling, and I asked, "Who are they?" But no one answered. The man driving spoke, in a deep voice. "You're lucky. They're not human." The woman looked back, her eyes filled with fear. "In Wyoming, they're called the night hunters. They don't kill right away. They like to chase. They like the fear." The SUV drove us to a nearby gas station, and the couple left without saying anything else. The police arrived at the scene but found no trace of the pickup or the two, and only our car wrecked beside the tree. The whistling echoed from afar, cold and haunting, as a warning that would never end. We went home, but we couldn't sleep well after that night. always feeling watched. Now Sarah and I live in a different city, but every time we hear whistling in the wind, we still jump. I started seeing the tall, thin figure in my dreams, standing in the middle of the road, its white eyes staring at me. One night, I found a piece of paper under my pillow, written in red ink, "Keep running." The whistling returned, not from outside, but from beneath the bed, and I knew no matter how far we ran, they were still hunting us. I am Daniel, and this story happened in the fall of 1992, when I had just moved into a small house in the remote suburbs of South Carolina, near an old cemetery abandoned since the Civil War. The house was only a few hundred meters from the cemetery, separated from the residential area by a dusty dirt road and old gnarled oak trees. I bought it at a low price, thinking it was a chance to start over after a tumultuous year, divorce, losing my job, and many long nights spent in alcohol. But from the very first day, I felt that this house did not welcome me. The air was heavy, damp, carrying the smell of moldy earth and something foul that I couldn't quite define, as if it had seeped out of the decaying wooden walls. The first night, I lay in the old bed in the master bedroom, trying to close my eyes and forget the strange cold that seeped through the thin blanket. I'm not superstitious, but I couldn't deny the uneasy feeling of living so close to the cemetery. The wind howled through the window, bringing the sound of dry leaves rustling, but amidst those noises, I heard another sound. A soft, rhythmic knock, like someone tapping their fingernails on wood somewhere in the house. I sat up, my heart pounding, and turned on the nightlight, but the weak light only illuminated a corner of the room. The knocking stopped, leaving a heavy silence, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me from the darkness. I got out of bed, my bare feet cold on the wooden floor, and walked around the house to check. The front door was locked tight, the windows were shut, but when I walked into the living room, I heard footsteps, not mine, but the sound of heavy boots coming from the hallway behind me. I turned, shined the flashlight, but the hallway was empty. "Is anyone there?" I called, my voice shaky. But there was no response, just the sound of the wind howling louder from the cemetery, as if mocking me. I told myself it was just my imagination, maybe because of the exhaustion from the long move. But when I turned back to the bedroom, I saw the closet door, something I had firmly shut before bed, now wide open, revealing a deep darkness inside. That night, I had a nightmare. I was standing in the cemetery surrounded by broken gravestones, weeds growing wild and obscuring the inscriptions. In the dream, I saw a figure standing among the graves, tall, wearing a tattered black cloak, its face hidden in the shadows. It didn't speak, didn't move, just stood there watching me. And I felt an invisible pressure on my chest, as if it was drawing the breath from me. I tried to run, but my legs felt like lead, and then I heard the knocking, not from outside, but from beneath the ground, right beneath my feet. I jolted awake, drenched in sweat, but the knocking continued, clearer now, from the wooden floor, right under my bed. I jumped up, knelt by the floor, pressing my ear to it, and heard it, a faint whisper, like the voices of dozens of people merging together. "Daniel, come here!" I screamed, ran out of the room, rushed downstairs, and sat curled up on the couch until morning, too afraid to look back. When the first light of dawn appeared, I checked the floor of the bedroom, but there were no signs, no scratches, no holes, just the old, cold wood as usual. I tried to convince myself it was just a dream and the noises of an old house, but the fear had taken root in me. I started noticing strange sounds in the house, the knocking, footsteps, and sometimes a sighing sound coming from the living room. They didn't happen constantly, but every time I heard them, I felt that coldness crawl across my skin like an invisible hand brushing my neck. A few days later, I decided to learn more about the house and the cemetery. I went to the local library, dug through old records, and found an article from 1867. The cemetery had once been the burial site for fallen soldiers, but after the war, there were rumors that the souls of those who could not find peace still lingered there, drawing the living nearby into their darkness. The house I was living in had been built right on an old trail leading into the cemetery, the path that had once been used to carry coffins to their graves. The article ended with a chilling story. A family that had lived in this house in 1920 disappeared without a trace after a stormy night, leaving behind their belongings and long scratches on the floor, as if they had been dragged away. I returned home, feeling heavy-hearted, and that night, the nightmare came back, more intense. I was in the cemetery again, but this time, the figure moved closer. I tried to make out its face, but it had no face, just an empty black void, like a bottomless pit. It reached its hand toward me, its fingers long and thin like dry twigs, and I heard the knocking from all around, on the gravestones, the oak trees, the ground beneath me. I screamed, jolted awake, but the knocking didn't stop. It came from the walls, the ceiling, the floor, as if the entire house was coming alive to surround me. I turned on the light, ran into the living room, and saw the figure, not in my dream, but standing right outside the window, motionless, staring at me through the foggy glass. I screamed, tripped, and when I regained my composure to look back, it had disappeared. The following days I lived in terror. I saw the figure standing in the corner of the room at night, saying nothing, just staring at me with eyes I couldn't see. The knocking became the background music of my life, sounding at any time. When I ate, when I showered, when I tried to sleep. One night I heard a sigh right by my ear, even though I was alone in the house. I jumped up, shining the flashlight around, and saw the closet door wide open again. But this time, from inside, a bony black hand reached out, its long nails scratching the wooden frame before it withdrew into the darkness. I screamed, ran out of the house, stood in the dirt road in the cold night looking back at the house, and from the bedroom window, the figure stood there, motionless, watching me. I couldn't take it anymore. I called a priest from the local church, begging him for help. He came the next morning holding a cross and an old Bible. He entered the house, began to pray, but when he placed his hand on the bedroom floor, a terrible roar came from beneath, shaking the whole house. The light shattered, the windows cracked, and the priest collapsed, blood pouring from his nose. "It doesn't want me here," he whispered, then left, leaving me with the house and the cemetery. I tried to live normally, but every night the knocking and the figure returned, as if they were waiting for me to give up and walk into the cemetery with them. Finally, I left the house, taking nothing but the clothes on my back. I moved to another city, trying to forget, but the dreams didn't stop. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the faceless figure standing in the cemetery, reaching its hand toward me, and the knocking echoed in my head, as if to remind me that I had never truly escaped. Years later, when I told this story to some friends, I received a message from the new owner of the house. They asked if I had ever heard the knocking or seen the figure, because now it was their turn to go through the nightmare. I didn't respond, but that night, I dreamed again. This time, the figure stood right next to my bed, whispering my name, and I knew, no matter how far I ran, it would always find me. In the forests of British Columbia, Canada, on a night in August 2024, shrouded in dense fog and the distant hoots of owls, Ryan, 27, and 3 of his friends set up camp near a small creek, surrounded by towering pine trees that blocked out the moonlight. The cold air seeped through his jacket as the group decided to light a fire to keep warm. I got lost from the group while searching for firewood that night, Ryan recalls, his voice still haunted by the memory. Armed with a flashlight and a small axe, he ventured into the forest with the intention of only being gone a few minutes, but the darkness quickly engulfed him. At first, everything seemed normal, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the sound of the creek flowing. But when Ryan bent down to pick up a dry branch, he heard it, a strange screeching sound in the distance, like wind howling through cracks in the rocks. The sound was unnatural, irregular, like something was breathing through a rusted pipe. He stood up, shining the flashlight around the towering trees, but the light only illuminated a few meters before being swallowed by the darkness. He convinced himself it was the wind, but the screeching didn't stop. It grew louder, sharper, as if it was moving toward him. Ryan turned around and quickened his pace, but the forest seemed to change. The trees grew thicker, and the path he had walked vanished into the fog. He shouted, "Mark! Jen!" But there was no answer, only the screech, now much clearer, mixed with another sound, the dry snapping of branches, as if something heavy was stepping on them. He turned back and saw it, a large shadow moving quickly, darting between the trees. His heart pounded, his grip tightened on the axe. This wasn't a bear or a deer. It moved too fast, too purposefully. He started running, his breath coming in rapid bursts, forming white clouds in the cold air. The screeching was right behind him now, close enough that he could feel a cold breeze brush his neck. Ryan tore through the forest, tripping over tree roots, his flashlight flickering as the battery began to die. The screech followed me along, with the sound of snapping branches, he recalls, and now it wasn't just a distant sound. It was right behind him, sharp and terrifying, like metal being bent. He turned his head, and the flashlight caught a large figure, at least 2 meters tall, moving between the trees, not walking but gliding, its unnaturally long legs not quite touching the ground. Its head tilted to one side, face obscured, but 2 pale glowing dots, like eyes, hovered in the darkness, staring straight at him. He screamed, swinging the axe through the air, but the figure didn't slow down. The screech turned into a deep growl that vibrated through his chest, making him nearly fall. He kept running, his lungs burning, but the forest seemed endless. Every tree looked the same, every path leading deeper into the darkness. He felt a gust of cold air wrap around, his legs like an invisible hand pulling him back. He tripped, the axe flying from his hand, tumbling down a small slope. His flashlight fell, its light shining upward, and for a moment, he saw it. A gaunt figure, its gray skin like ash, with long arms hanging down, claws gleaming in the faint light. Ryan scrambled backward, his hands groping for something to defend himself with. But the figure moved closer, slowly, as if it knew he couldn't escape. The screeching now mixed with another sound, a distorted whisper, unintelligible, coming from the faceless mouth on its empty face. He screamed, "Go away!" But it tilted its head as if curious, then raised one arm, its claws only inches from his face. He shut his eyes, waiting for the blow, but a scream from afar jolted him out of his panic. It was Mark, his friend, along with Jen and Paul, running toward him with flashlights and wooden sticks. The figure turned, the screeching echoing one last time, then it disappeared into the fog, moving so fast that Ryan couldn't be sure it had truly vanished. Mark pulled him to his feet. "What happened?" he asked. Ryan stammered. It was chasing me." But when he pointed into the darkness, there was nothing but the sound of wind. Ryan panted, leaning on Mark as the group hurried back to camp. Jen shone the flashlight around, her face pale. "What did you see?" she asked. Ryan recounted the story, his voice trembling. "Something fast and big was chasing me. Not like a forest animal," he said, but the skeptical looks from his friends silenced him. Paul mumbled, "Probably a bear. You're just exhausted, probably imagining it." Mark nodded. "The wind here is strong. It could make screeching sounds." Ryan didn't argue, but he knew. Bears didn't glide across the ground. They didn't have long claws like knives, and they didn't whisper in the dark. They built a larger fire, huddling together through the night. But Ryan didn't sleep. He heard the faint screeching, weak, as though it echoed from deep within the forest. The next morning, the group packed up and left the campsite earlier than planned. As they passed the slope where Ryan had fallen, he stopped. The axe he had dropped lay there, but the blade was deeply chipped, as if it had struck something harder than stone. He picked it up, his hands trembling, but said nothing to the group. On the drive back, Ryan searched online for information about the forest. An old article came up. Back in 1987, a group of hunters had gone missing in the same area, leaving behind tents and claw marks on trees. People assumed it was a bear, but a surviving witness described a tall, faceless figure screeching like a demon. Ryan shuddered, deleting the article from his phone, but the image of that figure remained burned in his mind. The first night back home in Vancouver, Ryan woke up at 3 a.m., drenched in sweat. He heard the faint scraping sound, like claws on glass, coming from his bedroom window. He turned on the light, pulled back the curtain, but saw nothing except the trees swaying in the wind. However, the next morning, he found 3 deep scratches on the window frame, as if carved by sharp claws. He called Mark to tell him, but his friend just laughed. "You need to rest. The forest's messing with your head." Ryan never returned to that forest, but the nightmare didn't stop. Every night, the screeching came back, sometimes close, sometimes distant, sometimes accompanied by distorted whispers calling his name. Ryan. He installed cameras around his house, but never caught anything except his own reflection in the window. Except for one time, when his shadow stretched unnaturally long, and 2 pale glowing dots appeared behind him, all within the same frame. He deleted the video, too terrified to watch it again. A month later, Jen sent him a message. "I found this in a camping photo." The photo showed the group around the campfire, but in the far corner between the trees, a tall figure stood motionless, its glowing eyes staring directly at the camera. Ryan threw his phone down, his heart pounding. He knew that it hadn't let go of him, and it probably never would. Paris winter of 2024. The city of light was shrouded in thick fog, with cobbled streets lying silently under the faint yellow glow of the streetlights. Julian, 34, a freelance journalist, lived in a small apartment on the 5th floor of an old building on Rue de Birague, near Place des Vosges. The building, with its spiral wooden staircase and cracked walls, bore the marks of the 18th century. Beautiful, yet cold and full of mystery. Julian had moved here because of the cheap rent, despite warnings from his neighbors about strange noises and an eerie atmosphere that the place seemed to bring. He laughed it off, thinking it was just the old stories told by the elderly. I Began feeling like I was being watched in the apartment that winter, Julian recalled, his voice tinged with skepticism when thinking back to those early days. It all started one night in December when he stayed up late writing an article, the desk lamp flickering due to the old wiring. The night was biting cold, with the wind howling through a broken window, carrying with it the distant sounds of the streets below. Julian wore headphones, jazz music playing to drown out the silence, but then he heard it. A light knocking, regular and soft, as if someone was tapping with their fingernails on wood. 3 taps in rhythm, repeating over and over. Julian removed, his headphones furrowing his brows, glancing at the clock. 2 a.m. He got up, walked to the door, hand on the doorknob, but when he opened it, no one was there. The hallway was dark, and only the wind could be heard echoing from the staircase. He closed the door, telling himself it was just a drunk neighbor or the sound of the wood contracting from the cold. But the next night, the knocking came again. Still, regular, still soft, but this time closer, as if it was coming from his own door. Julian turned on the hallway light and looked through the peephole. No one was there. He opened the door, checked the staircase, even called out, "Is anyone there?" But only his voice echoed back. He began to notice. Every night the knocking would occur around 2 a.m., neither earlier nor later, like a strange ritual. After a week, Julian decided to ignore it. He turned up the music, locked the door more securely, and told himself it was just his imagination, heightened by the stressful workdays. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. Whenever he sat down to write, he would feel a cold breeze on the back of his neck, as though someone was standing behind him, staring at the screen. He'd turn around, but only his reflection in the window stared back. One night, when the knocking started again, he didn't open the door but stood still, listening. The knocking went on longer than usual, then suddenly stopped, replaced by a light scratching sound, like fingernails, dragging on wood, that lasted for a few seconds before fading into silence. Julian started to take notes. Time, rhythm, sensations. He installed a small, cheap camera in the hallway, hoping to catch someone playing a prank. But the video only showed an empty hallway, flickering fluorescent lights, and the knocking, clear and distinct, but without any apparent source. He asked Madame Lefebvre, the elderly woman downstairs, who had lived in the building for over 50 years. She looked at him with dull eyes and whispered, "You're not the first to hear it. This building, it holds old things." Julian smiled faintly, thinking she was just confused, but her words echoed in his head. One night, when the knocking came again, Julian couldn't take it anymore. He got up, opened the door, and yelled into the darkness, "Stop it!" The knocking stopped immediately, but when he closed the door, a foul smell wafted in, like fresh blood mixed with rust. He checked the camera the next morning. Nothing, but the unease had firmly rooted itself in him. He began hearing whispers, distorted, unclear words, like they were coming from the walls, whenever he was alone. The apartment was no longer a refuge. It had become a trap, and Julian knew something was waiting for him. After weeks of ignoring the knocking, Julian could bear it no longer. He started losing sleep, his eyes darkened with exhaustion, hands trembling as he typed. "The knocking kept going for weeks and I tried to ignore it," he wrote in his journal. But now, each knock was like a hammer strike to his head. He tried everything, wearing noise-canceling headphones, drinking alcohol to sleep, even praying, though he didn't believe in divine intervention. But the knocking pierced through everything, as regular as the heartbeat of something that never grew tired. One night, as he sat curled up on the sofa, the knocking started again. This time harder, more rapid, as though someone was banging there, Hands on the door. Julian jumped up, his heart pounding, ran to the door, but didn't open it. He pressed his ear to the wood, listening. The knocking stopped, and a soft hiss filled the air, like a breath through a crack, followed by a stronger, more foul smell than ever before. He stepped back, shouting, "Who's there? Say something!" But only the hiss responded, dragging on before dissolving into silence. The next morning, Julian decided to confront it. He called a friend, Pierre, an audio engineer, to come and check it out. Pierre laughed when he heard the story. "You've been watching too many horror movies," he said. But when they sat in the apartment until 2 a.m., Pierre stopped laughing. The microphone recorded the knocking, clear and regular, but with no physical source. Pierre checked the walls, the floor, even the ceiling, but found nothing. "This isn't normal," he whispered, his face pale. When they reviewed the recording, a voice whispered in, female, hoarse, repeating a French word, "Ouvre," open. Julian shuddered, but Pierre insisted it was the wind distorted through the microphone. They left, but Julian couldn't shake that word from his mind. That night the knocking returned, and for the first time he heard the whisper directly, not through the recording, clear, right beside his ear. "Ouvre." He turned on the lights, rushed to the window, but saw nothing but the empty street. He turned back, and on the wall opposite the sofa, a new scratch appeared. A long mark, freshly made, as though carved with sharp nails. He reported it to the landlord, Monsieur Dupont, a thin man with a nervous gaze. Dupont shrugged. "It's an old building, you know. The noises are normal." But when Julian mentioned the scratch, Dupont turned pale, muttering something about the previous tenants, before quickly leaving. Julian dug for information, asked the neighbors, searched online, and found a 1973 case. A young woman, Claire Moreau, had gone missing in the building. His apartment, 5B, had been hers. The police never found her body, just blood on the door, but no one was ever charged. The next night, Julian installed another camera, this time facing the door. The knocking started right on cue at 2 a.m., but when he checked the screen, the door was still closed, no one outside. He stood still, hearing the knocking grow louder, then a thud, a sound as if someone slapped their hand against the door. He opened the door, and the smell of fresh blood hit him so hard he nearly gagged. "One night after the knocking stopped, I found a blood-stained handprint on the door," he recalled, and now it was there, a small handprint clear as day, as if freshly pressed into the wood. He screamed, slammed the door, but when he looked back through the peephole, the handprint had vanished. He called Pierre again, but his friend refused to come. "You handle it, Julian. I don't want to be involved in that." Julian called the police, and 2 officers came the next morning. They checked the camera, still nothing, and laughed when he talked about the handprint. "You must have dreamed it," one of them said. But when they left, Julian overheard one of the officers whispering to his colleague, "Again, 5B." He shuddered, knowing they were hiding something. The knocking now came at all hours of the day and night, no longer at regular times. Julian began seeing shapes, a shadowy figure standing in the corner of the room, saying nothing, only staring at him with eyes he couldn't see. The knocking became the soundtrack of his life, coming at any time, when he ate, when he showered, when he tried to sleep. One night, he heard a sigh right beside his ear, even though he was alone in the house. He jumped up, shining the flashlight around, and saw the wardrobe door ajar. This time, from inside, a gnarled hand, black as coal, reached out, its nails scratching the wooden frame before retreating back into the darkness. He screamed, bolted out of the house, standing in the dirt road under the cold night sky, looking back at the building, and from the bedroom window, the figure stood there, unmoving, staring at him. Julian couldn't take it anymore. He called a priest from the local church, begging him for help. The priest came the next morning, holding a cross and an old Bible. He entered the house, began praying, but when he placed his hand on the bedroom floor, a terrifying growl echoed from below, shaking the house. The lights shattered, the windows cracked, and the priest fell, blood streaming from his nose. "It doesn't want me here," he whispered, then left, leaving Julian alone with the house and the cemetery. Julian tried to live normally, but every night the knocking and the shadowy figure returned, as though they were waiting for him to give up and walk into the cemetery with them. In the end, he left the apartment, taking nothing but the clothes on his back. He moved to another city, trying to forget, but the dreams never stopped. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the figure standing in the cemetery, reaching its hand out to him, and the knocking echoed in his head, a reminder that he had never truly escaped. Years later, when telling the story to friends, he received a message from the new tenants of the apartment. They asked if he had ever heard the knocking or seen the figure, because now it was their turn to go through the nightmare. He didn't respond, but that night, he dreamed. This time, the figure was standing right beside his bed, whispering his name, and he knew no matter how far he ran, it would always find him. Yamanashi Prefecture, Japan, autumn 2024, where the mountains are shrouded in mist, surrounding fields of golden rice. Haruto, 38 years old, a retired banker from Tokyo, decided to leave the city behind in search of peace in the countryside. He bought an old house in the village of Kofu, several kilometers away from the nearest town. The wooden house with its dull tiled roof stood alone in the middle of a desolate field, with a small shed behind it, covered in moss and vines. It was surprisingly cheap, but the seller only said, "It needs someone to take care of it," then left in a hurry. Haruto moved in on a rainy afternoon, the damp air seeping through his thin coat. He liked the silence. No car horns, no city lights. Just the sound of the wind blowing through the pine trees and the distant caw of crows. The old house was cozy, with faded tatami floors and a traditional stove. The shed behind he planned to clean later, but every time he approached, a strange chill made him hesitate. He told himself it was just the wind blowing through the rotting wood. After buying the house in the countryside, I started hearing the sound of a child crying from the shed behind at night, Haruto recalled, his voice still trembling as he remembered the first night. Everything began on the third night after he moved in. He was brewing tea in the kitchen, the faint glow of an oil lamp casting shadows on the wooden walls, when a faint sound echoed. A child crying, soft but clear, coming from the direction of the shed. Haruto stopped, listened, but the sound faded into the wind. He went to the back door and looked out into the pitch-black night. The shed was only a few meters away, the wooden door tightly closed, with no sign of anyone. He chuckled softly, thinking it was just his tired mind after the move, and returned inside. But the next night, the crying returned, this time louder, longer, like a child in desperation. Haruto turned on the light, put on his coat, grabbed a flashlight, and stepped outside. The cold air bit into his skin and his breath formed white clouds in the frosty air. He stood in front of the shed, the crying now clearer, echoing from within, but not steady, sometimes high-pitched, sometimes choked, as if strangled. He called out loudly, "Is anyone there?" But only the wind answered, carrying the scent of damp earth and something old, like rotting wood. Haruto pushed open the shed door, the hinges creaking eerily. Inside was pitch dark, the flashlight illuminating piles of old things, wooden boxes, rusty farming tools, and a few tattered cloths, covered in dust. The crying stopped the moment he entered, replaced by a heavy silence, as if something was holding its breath. He scanned the area, but saw nothing except his own reflection on the wall. A sudden gust of cold air swept through, though there was no wind, and he felt a light touch, like a tiny finger, brush across his wrist. He flinched and backed out quickly, slamming the door shut, his heart pounding. The next morning, Haruto inspected the shed under the sunlight. Everything was as it had been. No footprints, no signs of children or animals. He asked the only delivery man in the village, Mr. Sato, about the house. The old man frowned. The previous owners left 10 years ago. They didn't say much, but I heard rumors about the shed. Haruto chuckled, thinking it was just countryside superstition, but Mr. Sato looked at him seriously. Don't go in there at night. The crying didn't stop. Every night it returned at 1 a.m., 3 a.m., with no fixed schedule but always from the shed. Haruto began recording it with his phone. The crying was clear, but when he replayed it, it was mixed with whispering, a child's voice, weak, repeating, "Ka-san." "Mother." He shuddered, deleted the recording, but it echoed in his head. He installed a new lock on the shed, hoping to stop the sound, but the crying seeped through, as if coming from the air itself. One night, as the crying began, Haruto heard another sound, the small scurrying footsteps like a child running around the shed. He stood up, looked through the kitchen window, but the darkness obscured everything. He turned on the outside light, and for a moment, he saw it, a small faint figure standing in front of the shed, its head bowed, long hair covering its face. He screamed, knocking over his teacup, and when he looked back, the figure had vanished. After seeing the figure, Haruto couldn't sleep anymore. He locked the front door, drew the curtains tightly, but the crying still came every night, now accompanied by clearer footsteps, scurrying like a child running circles around the shed, sometimes near the back door. The crying continues from the shed behind, even though no one lives nearby, he wrote in his journal, his hands shaking as he wrote. He tried everything, blasting the TV, wearing headphones, even sleeping in the farthest room, but the sound cut through everything, like an irresistible call. One night as the crying started, Haruto decided to face it. He put on a warm jacket, took a stronger flashlight, and a kitchen knife, and stepped outside. The air was biting cold, thick fog blanketing the fields, and only the shed stood, as a dark silhouette in the night. The crying was now closer, desperate, mixed with whispers. "Ka-san, Ka-san." He stood in front of the shed, his hands trembling as he unlocked the door. The door creaked, and a gust of cold air rushed out, carrying the smell of damp earth and something sweet, like flowers decaying. Inside, the flashlight illuminated the old piles of things, but this time, they were different. A small wooden box, turned over, a few tattered cloths disturbed, as if someone had been rummaging through them. The crying stopped, but the footsteps resumed, scurrying, coming from the darkest corner of the shed. Haruto turned around, the flashlight catching, a small figure less than a meter tall standing still, its long hair covering its face, wearing a tattered yukata. He shouted, "Who's there?" But the figure didn't answer, only tilted its head as if curious. Then it moved forward, not walked, but glided, its feet not touching the ground, leaving a trail of murky water on the floor. Haruto stepped back, the knife falling to the ground, but the figure stopped, extending a tiny pale hand as if to touch him. He felt a chill wrap around his neck like an invisible hand tightening. The whispering echoed right in his ear. "Ka-san, where?" He screamed, ran outside, slammed the door, but the crying erupted, sharp and painful, making the wooden frame shake. He ran back to the house, locked the door, and curled up on the floor, his breath ragged. The next morning, Haruto checked the shed. The water stain was gone, but the wooden box was now wide open. Inside was an old doll, its long, black hair, cracked glasses. He threw it outside, but that night the crying returned, closer, as if coming from inside the house. He turned on the light, and under the glow, the doll lay right by the back door, even though he was sure he had thrown it into the woods. He screamed, burned the doll in the stove. But when the flames engulfed it, a terrifying scream echoed, not from the fire, but from the shed. Haruto called a friend in Tokyo, Kenji, a folklorist. Kenji arrived the next day, bringing books and a recorder. "This isn't normal," Kenji said after listening to the story. They went to the shed, and Kenji found an old photo among the things, a young woman holding a child, standing in front of the house, but the child's face had been erased. "It could be a yurei," Kenji whispered. "A child's soul abandoned, tied to this place." He suggested calling a Shinto priest. Priest Ito arrived the next day, carrying salt and a ritual bell. He examined the shed, furrowed his brow. "This is stronger than I thought. It's not just a child. There's something holding it here." He performed a ritual, sprinkling salt, ringing the bell, chanting, and the crying stopped halfway, replaced by a low, strangled hiss, like the wind being choked. Haruto stood outside, his heart pounding, as the priest stepped out, his face pale. "The priest says it's the spirit of an abandoned child," Ito recounted, "but I feel something else, darker, deeper." That night, the crying didn't return, but Haruto heard scratching sounds, like fingernails raking against wood, coming from beneath the shed floor. He called Kenji, and the two of them decided to dig beneath the floor. They found a small iron box, rusted and locked tight. Inside were bones, small like those of an infant, and a piece of handwritten paper. "Gomen ne. Sorry, child." Haruto shuddered, realizing this house didn't just house a spirit, but a terrifying secret. After finding the iron box, Haruto and Kenji didn't dare stay in the house overnight. They brought the box to Priest Ito, who looked at it and shook his head. "This isn't just a yurei," he said gravely. "The thing holding the child here is stronger than I can exorcise." He examined the paper, faint handwriting, the ink faded, but clearly from a desperate mother. Ito researched local records and discovered, in 1952, a young woman, Aiko Tanaka, lived in this house and vanished with her infant. The villagers whispered that she had been abandoned by her husband, and in a fit of madness she buried the child beneath the shed before killing herself in the forest. Haruto shuddered, remembering the Kasan. He asked, "So, what's the dark thing?" Ito didn't answer immediately, only said, "There are things not of this world. Onryo, vengeful spirits, born of suffering too great to ever leave." He performed another ritual, burning prayer paper, burying the bones in the village cemetery, ringing bells throughout the night. The crying stopped, but the scratching continued, not from the shed, but from beneath the main floor, as if something was digging its way up. Haruto decided to leave. He asked Kenji to sell the house, but no one bought it. The agent said clients felt heavy when entering. Haruto returned to Tokyo, living in a small apartment, trying to forget. After the exorcism, the crying stopped, he recalled. But peace didn't last. One night, as he was sleeping, the scratching returned, soft but clear from under the bed. He turned on the light, checked, but saw nothing except a strange dust streak, black, fine, like ash. He called Ito, and the priest came to Tokyo immediately. He examined the apartment, furrowing his brow. "It's following you now. It's not the child. It's what's holding it." He sprinkled salt around the bed, chanted, but the scratching didn't stop. It moved, from the floor to the walls, then the ceiling, like a living creature. Ito pulled an old talisman from his bag and pasted it on the door, and the scratching stopped, but only for one night. The next morning the talisman was burned black, fallen to the floor, and a long streak of ash appeared on the wall, like a large handprint. Haruto looked into Onryo, vengeful spirits in Japanese culture born from unquenchable resentment. He rifled through his memories, remembering the photo in the shed, the child's face erased, but the mother, Aiko's eyes, filled with sorrow. He contacted a local historian, Ms. Yamada, who confirmed Aiko hadn't just buried her child. She had been abused by her husband, and after disappearing, her body was found hanging in the forest. But no one found the child. "The village kept silent," Ms. Yamada said, "because they feared the curse." Haruto returned to Yamanashi one last time, bringing Ito and Ms. Yamada with him. They dug beneath the main floor, and at a depth of 2 meters, they found a small cavity. Inside was another doll, bigger, wearing a black yukata, its long hair covering its face, and a piece of paper. "Watashi o hanasanaide. Don't leave me." Ito shuddered. "This is a conduit. The vengeful spirit uses it to keep the child's soul." He burned the doll, but when the flames engulfed it, a low growl echoed. Not from the fire, but from the ground, shaking the house. Haruto screamed, "What is it?" Ito held his hand. "It's Aiko, or what she became. Her suffering didn't just keep the child, it pulled you in." They ran outside, and under the moonlight, a tall figure appeared. Not the child, but a woman, her long black hair, her eyes white and cloudy, her hand outstretched as if trying to pull them back. The growl turned into a cry, not a child's, but a broken mother's. Ito rang the bell, shouted a prayer, and the figure shrank, fading into the mist, but not entirely disappearing. Haruto left Yamanashi, never looking back. He moved to Osaka, living in a modern apartment, installing cameras everywhere. The scratching diminished, but every few months it returned, faint, like a reminder. One night, as he reviewed the camera footage, he saw it, the figure of Aiko, standing in the corner of the room, her hand raised, her mouth moving. "Watashi o hanasanaide." He deleted the video, but the São Paulo, Brazil, rainy season, 2024. The bustling city was submerged in persistent rain, the sound of water trickling through the cobblestone streets. Mariana, 29 years old, a freelance photographer, decided to leave her cramped apartment in the city center and buy an old house in Villa Mariana, a quiet neighborhood with tree-lined streets. The 2-story house with its dull brick walls and faded red tile roof was surprisingly cheap. The seller only said, "It needs repairs," and avoided making eye contact with her. Mariana loved its antiquity. Large wooden windows, old tile, floors, and a basement she intended to turn into a photo darkroom. She moved in on a night of heavy rain, the damp air seeping through her clothes, the sound of the rain hitting the roof drowning out all other noises. The house was cold but warm in its own way, with the smell of old wood and damp earth drifting through the rooms. The basement, she only glanced at once. It was dark, musty, with peeling brick walls and a few boxes of old belongings from the previous owner. She locked the basement door, planning to clean it later, but each time she walked past, a strange feeling of unease made her shiver. After buying the house in São Paulo, I began hearing whispers from the basement at night, Mariana recalled, her voice still tinged with confusion as she remembered the first night. Everything started on the fourth night after she moved in. She was editing photos in the living room, the desk lamp flickering due to a power surge, when a faint sound echoed, like whispering, soft but clear, coming from beneath the floor. Mariana paused, turned off her computer and listened. The sound was irregular, sometimes high, sometimes low, like many voices overlapping, whispering words she couldn't understand. She stood up, walked to the basement door, but when she put her hand on the doorknob, the whispering stopped abruptly. She chuckled to herself, telling herself it was just the pipes or wind blowing through a crack. But the next night, the whispering returned, this time louder, longer, like a group of people chatting in the dark. Mariana turned on the light, opened the basement door, and walked down a few steps. The air was biting cold. The musty smell hit her nose, and the flashlight illuminated the water-stained brick walls. The whispering was now closer, as if coming from the very walls, but it was unclear. Just distorted sounds, like children's voices mixed with adult tones. She called, "Was anyone there?" But only the echo responded, carrying an unexpected rush of cold air. Mariana checked the basement. There was nothing but a few rotten wooden crates, a broken chair, and an old dusty mirror. The whispering stopped when she stepped back up, but, as she closed the door, she heard a faint scratching sound, like fingernails scraping wood from below. She locked the door tightly, her heart pounding, telling herself it was just rats or her imagination. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. Whenever she was alone, she felt a cold draft brush past her shoulders, as if someone was standing behind her, staring at the back of her neck. The next morning, Mariana asked her neighbor, Mrs. Clara, an elderly woman who had lived in Villa Mariana for over 40 years. Mrs. Clara looked at her, her eyes cloudy. "That house, it has a history. The previous owner left without saying anything. I've heard the basement isn't clean." Mariana laughed awkwardly, thinking the old woman was just superstitious, but her words lingered in Mariana's mind. She set up a small camera at the basement door, hoping to catch the source of the whispers, but the video only recorded darkness and the whispers, clear, but with no image of anyone. The whispers didn't stop. Every night, they returned, sometimes at 2 a.m., sometimes at 4 a.m., without a fixed time, but always from the basement. Mariana began recording the sounds. The whispers were clear, but when she replayed them, they were mixed with quiet laughter, like children, repeating a word in Portuguese, "Fica," "stay." She shivered, deleted the recording, but it kept echoing in her head. She added another lock to the basement door, but the whispers seeped through, as if coming from the air itself. One night, when the whispering started, Mariana heard another sound, the small scurrying footsteps, like a child running across the basement floor. She turned on the light, looked out the kitchen window into the backyard, but the rain obscured everything. She opened the basement door, flashlight trembling in her hand, and in the faint light she saw it. A small, faint figure standing in the corner of the basement, head bowed, long hair covering its face. She screamed, dropped the flashlight, and when she picked it up, the figure was gone, leaving a muddy trail on the floor. After seeing the figure, Mariana no longer felt safe in the house. She locked the basement door tightly, placed a chair in front of it, but the whispering still came every night, now accompanied by clearer footsteps, scurrying, like a child running in circles around the basement, sometimes near the stairs. The whispering from the basement won't stop, even though I've checked many times, she wrote in her journal, her hands shaking as she wrote. She tried everything, blasting music, sleeping with the lights on, even praying, though she wasn't religious. But the sound cut through it all, like a terrifying invitation. One night, when the whispering began, Mariana decided to face it. She put on a warm jacket, grabbed a stronger flashlight and a wooden stick, and stepped down into the basement. The cold air bit into her, her breath forming white clouds, and the musty smell was now mingled with something sweet, like burnt sugar. The whispering was now closer, murmuring, "Fika, Fika." She scanned the room, the water-stained brick walls, the rotting wooden crates, and the old mirror now reflecting her distorted shadow, as if bent. The footsteps echoed, scurrying, coming from the darkest corner of the basement. Mariana turned, around, the flashlight catching a small figure, no taller than a meter, standing still, its long hair covering its face, wearing a tattered dress. She screamed, "Who's there?" But the figure didn't answer, only tilted its head, as if observing her. Then it glided toward her, not walking but floating, its feet not touching the ground, leaving a murky trail on the floor. Mariana stepped back, the stick falling to the ground, but the figure stopped, extending a tiny pale hand, as if to touch her. She felt a cold rush around her legs, like an invisible hand pulling her back. The whispering echoed right in her ear, "Fica conmigo." "Stay with me," she screamed, ran up the stairs, slammed the door shut, but the whispering erupted, sharp, like many voices screaming, making the wooden frame shake. The next morning, Mariana checked the basement. The water stain was gone, but the mirror was now cracked, and in the shattered glass, she saw her reflection. But not just herself, a small figure standing behind her, hand raised. She screamed, smashed the mirror, but that night the whispering returned, closer, as if coming from inside the house. She turned on the light, and under the glow, a small doll, long black hair, cracked glasses, lay right in front of the basement door, even though she didn't remember seeing it before. She threw it outside, but the next morning it was back, soaked, as if it had just been picked up from the rain. Mariana called her best friend, Lucas, a construction engineer, to come see. Lucas laughed loudly when he heard the story. "You watch too many horror movies." But when they went down to the basement, he didn't laugh anymore. He knocked on the wall, and a hollow sound echoed, not solid brick. "There's something behind here," he said, taking a hammer and striking it. The wall broke open, revealing a small wooden door, rusted shut. "One day I discovered a hidden room behind the wall in the basement," Mariana recalled, "and when they opened the door, a rotten smell wafted out, like decaying fabric and flesh. Inside was a small room with moldy walls, filled with dolls, dozens of them, tattered, cracked glasses, tangled hair, carefully arranged on a wooden shelf. Some lacked arms, some had stitched-up mouths, and all stared directly at Mariana. Lucas stepped back. "What the hell is this?" But Mariana stood still, feeling a cold rush around her neck. The whispering erupted, not from the wall, but from the dolls, many voices at once. "Fika, Fika." She screamed, ran outside, but Lucas snapped a photo before running after her. That night, the whispering didn't just come from the basement. It echoed throughout the house, from the walls, the ceiling, the floor. Mariana called Lucas again, and the two decided to tear down the room. They smashed the walls, burned the dolls in the yard, but when the flames roared, a terrifying scream echoed, not from the fire, but from the basement, shaking the entire house. Lucas screamed, "Run!" But Mariana stood frozen, watching. A tall figure, not the child, but a woman, emerged from the smoke, eyes white and cloudy, her hand reaching out as if trying to pull them back. After burning the dolls, Mariana and Lucas didn't stay overnight in the house. They ran to Lucas's house a few blocks away, but the whispering still echoed in Mariana's mind. Not clear words, but like a heavy feeling, pressing against her chest. Lucas checked the photos he took. The dolls were neatly arranged, but in the far corner, a faint figure stood still, hand raised. "What's that?" he asked, his voice trembling. Mariana didn't answer. She knew it wasn't a hallucination. They called a local priest, Father Paulo, to come and inspect. He arrived the next morning, carrying holy water and a prayer book. He examined the basement, furrowing his brow. "This place isn't clean, there's something trapped here." He asked about the house, and Mariana told him about Mrs. Clara's words. Father Paulo researched parish records. In 1968, a woman, Isabel Costa, lived in this house and disappeared with her young daughter. The villagers whispered that Isabel went mad after being abandoned by her husband, and she hid the child in the basement before committing suicide in the forest. No one found the body, only reports of the child's cries coming from the house. Mariana shuddered, recalling the fika. Father Paulo performed the ritual, sprinkling holy water, reading prayers, burning incense, and the whispering stopped midway, replaced by a low hiss, like suffocated breath. He stepped out, his face pale. The hidden room was filled with tattered dolls, and after tearing it down, the whispering stopped, Mariana recalled. But she didn't believe everything had ended. That night, she dreamed of Isabel, standing in the basement, blood-soaked hands whispering, "Fica comigo," while dozens of dolls surrounded her, their eyes glowing like lanterns. Mariana decided to sell the house. She asked Lucas to find a buyer, but no one stayed longer than one night. They said they heard whispering and saw figures in the mirror. She returned to São Paulo, living temporarily at Lucas's house, trying to forget everything. But one night, as she slept, the whispering returned, weak but clear, from beneath the bed. She turned on the light, checked, but saw nothing but a strange dust streak, black, fine, like ash, on the floor. She called Father Paulo once more, and he arrived immediately. He examined the apartment, furrowing his brow. "It's not in the house anymore. It's following you." He sprinkled holy water, read prayers, but the whispering didn't stop. It moved, from the floor to the walls, then the ceiling, like a living creature. He pulled an old talisman from his bag, placed it on the door, and the whispering stopped, but only for one night. The next morning, the talisman fell, burned black, and a long streak of ash appeared on the wall, like a large handprint. Mariana looked into Isabel's story. Old photos showed her as a gaunt woman, eyes full of sorrow, holding a little girl. A newspaper article mentioned that Isabel had reported being abused by her husband, but no one helped. After she disappeared, people found blood in the basement, but no one investigated further. Mariana shuddered. The story of Isabel felt like her own, abandoned in the dark. She returned to the house one last time, bringing Father Paulo and Lucas with her. They dug beneath the basement floor, and at a depth of 2 meters, they found a small cavity. Inside was a wooden box, rusted shut, containing tiny bones of a child and a piece of handwritten paper. "Me perdo." "Forgive me, Mother." "Father," Paulo shuddered. "This is her daughter." Isabel kept it with her hatred. He burned the paper, buried the bones in the cemetery, but when the flames roared, a deep growl echoed, not from the fire but from the ground, shaking the house. Mariana screamed, "What is it?" Father Paulo held her hand. "It's Isabel, or what she became. Her suffering didn't just hold on to her child. It pulled you in." They ran outside, and under the moonlight, Isabel's tall figure appeared. Not the child, but a woman. Her long black hair, eyes white and cloudy, her hand, reaching out, mouth moving. "Fica comigo." Father Paulo read the prayers, swung the cross, and the figure shrank into the mist, but didn't completely disappear. A final whisper echoed, "Eu fico." "I stay." Mariana left São Paulo, moved to Rio, living in a modern apartment, with cameras everywhere. The whispering gradually lessened, but every few months it returned, weak, like a reminder. One night, as she reviewed the camera footage, she saw it, the figure of Isabel, standing in the corner of the room, hand raised, mouth moving. "Fica comigo." She deleted the video, but the next morning, a streak of black ash appeared on her hand, like a burned handprint. Mariana never knew if Isabel and the child truly left. She never returned to the house, but whenever it rained she heard the whispering, not from the basement, but from deep within her mind. Tasmania, Australia, winter 2024, where ancient forests stretch endlessly, shrouded in thick mist, and the sound of wind whistling through the leaves. Ethan, 32 years old, a biologist studying forest ecosystems, lived in a small wooden house on the outskirts of Strawn, near the Franklin Gordon Wild Rivers National Park. He enjoyed the isolation. No city noise, only the sounds of birds chirping and water flowing from the nearby creek. The forest was his backyard, where he often walked for hours to record the flora and fauna, but it also gave him an odd feeling, as though someone was always watching from a distance. "I found an old wooden box in the forest near my house in Tasmania while taking a walk," Ethan recalled, his voice tinged with curiosity as he remembered that fateful afternoon. Everything began on a drizzly day when he ventured deeper into the forest than usual, carrying his camera and notebook. The thick mist obscured his view, and the cold air seeped through his coat. He stopped near an ancient oak tree, its roots rising like thin arms, and discovered a corner of wood jutting out of the ground. A small, old box, half buried, covered in moss and damp soil. He kneeled down, brushing the dirt away, feeling a sudden rush of cold air across the back of his neck. The box was heavier than he expected, dark wood carved with faint patterns, like ancient writing that had faded with time. The rusted lock easily gave way when he pried it open with his pocket knife. Inside was a leather-bound journal, its cover worn, pages yellowed, with a musty smell rising as he flipped open the first page. The handwriting was scrawled but legible, in faded black ink. Ethan took the box home and placed it on the kitchen table, not thinking much of it. He assumed it was something forgotten by an explorer, or perhaps trash from the pioneer days. That night, Ethan sat under the oil lamp and opened the journal. The first page had a date, March 12, 1985, and a name, James Carter. The words told of a man, James, who came to Tasmania to explore the forest, but soon became strange. He wrote about sounds, like heavy footsteps in the mist, and shadowy figures among the trees, always distant but never gone. Ethan chuckled, thinking it was just the exaggerated story of a lost person, but as he flipped further, he shuddered. The last line, shaky, written hurriedly. It's getting closer. Ethan closed the journal, a sense of unease creeping into his chest. He looked out the window. The forest was pitch dark. The mist obscured everything, but he heard it. A faint sound, like a branch snapping, echoing from afar. He turned on the outside light, stepped out onto the balcony, but only saw the trees swaying in the wind. He told himself it was just wildlife, a possum or a fox, but when he turned back inside, the noise came again, closer, like someone walking, on dry leaves at the edge of the forest. The next morning, Ethan checked the area around his house. No footprints, no signs, only the thick mist and the heavy silence. He asked his elderly neighbor, Bill, a man who had lived in Strawn for over 50 years. Bill frowned. This forest has stories. People go missing, and no one ever finds them. Don't dig too deep, boy. Ethan chuckled awkwardly, thinking Bill was just superstitious, but his words kept echoing in Ethan's mind. The sounds didn't stop. Every night when he read the journal, it returned, sometimes far away, sometimes close, like someone moving around his house. He started recording on his phone, the sounds of branches snapping, the wind howling, and another sound, like distorted whispers repeating a word he couldn't understand. He set up a camera outside, hoping to catch something, but the video only recorded the mist and tree shadows. But when he looked closely, in the distant corner, there was a tall, faint figure standing still, as if staring directly at the camera. One night when Ethan read the last page of the journal, "It's getting closer," the sound exploded. Not from the forest, but from right behind the house. He jumped up, grabbed his flashlight, and ran outside. The mist was thick. The light only illuminated a few meters, but he heard it clearly. Heavy footsteps, slow, like someone dragging their feet on the ground. He shouted, "Is anyone there?" But only the wind answered, carrying a strange scent, like damp earth mixed with old blood. He turned back inside, locked the door, but when he looked through the window, he saw it. A tall figure standing in the mist, head tilted to the side, as if observing him. After seeing the figure, Ethan no longer felt safe in the house. He locked the door tightly, drew the curtains, but the footsteps still echoed every night, heavy, slow, like someone circling the house, sometimes stopping right in front of the door. I opened the wooden box and found a handwritten journal about a mysterious disappearance. He wrote in his notebook, his hands trembling as he wrote. He read the journal again, trying to find a clue. James wrote about the forest, the sounds, the figures, and the feeling of being hunted. But the last page, just the words, "It's getting closer," made him shudder like a warning. One night when the footsteps began, Ethan decided to face it. He put on his coat, grabbed a stronger flashlight and a hunting knife, and walked outside. The air was bitterly cold. The thick mist obscured the forest, leaving only the sound of the wind whistling through the leaves. He stood in front of the house, scanning the area with the light, the trees swaying, his shadow stretching on the ground, but the footsteps now came closer, as if coming from right behind him. He turned around, the flashlight catching a tall figure, over 2 meters, standing still in the mist, head tilted, long hair covering its face. He shouted, "Is anyone there?" But the figure didn't answer, only moved forward, slowly, dragging its feet across the ground, leaving a murky trail. Ethan stepped back, the knife falling to the ground, but the figure stopped, raising a thin, pale hand, as if wanting to touch him. He felt a cold rush around his neck, like an invisible hand tightening. The whispering echoed, not from the figure, but from the air. "Stay!" He screamed, ran back into the house, slammed the door, but the footsteps erupted, thudding like someone pounding on the walls. He locked the door, sat huddled on the floor, his breath rapid. The next morning, Ethan checked outside. The dark streak was gone, but there was a long scratch on the front door, like it had been carved with sharp claws. He called his close friend, Sophie, a journalist from Hobart, to come see. Sophie arrived right away, bringing a camera and a recorder. "Are you kidding?" she asked. But when she heard the story, she didn't laugh anymore. They read the journal, and Sophie noticed a detail. James mentioned the double oak tree, a landmark in the forest that Ethan recognized, the place where he had found the box. They went to the double oak tree 2 kilometers from the house. The mist was thick, the air heavy, and when they arrived, they saw it. The box was no longer in Ethan's hands but lay on the ground, as if it had never been dug up. Sophie took a photo, but when they looked at it, a faint figure stood behind the tree, hand raised. "What the hell is that?" she whispered. Ethan shuddered. "It doesn't want to leave." That night, the footsteps didn't just come from outside the house. They echoed inside from upstairs like someone walking back and forth. Ethan turned on the light, ran up the stairs, but saw nothing but a dark streak on the floor. Fine. Like ash. He called the police, and 2 officers arrived the next morning. They read the journal, searched the forest, but found no trace of James or the figure. "You must be imagining things," one of them said. But as they left, Ethan heard them whisper, "It's the forest again." The footsteps now appeared day and night, no longer on a set schedule. Ethan began seeing the figure, not just in the mist, but in mirrors, in the shadows of the trees outside his window. Always tall, always silent, but always closer. One night, when he was sleeping, the whispering echoed right beside his ear. "Stay with me." He jumped up, and under the light, a dark streak appeared on his pillow like a large handprint. He screamed, ran out of the room, but the front door was locked from the inside. The key disappeared. Ethan called Sophie again, and she brought a local historian, Mr. Harris, who specialized in Tasmania. Harris read the journal, frowned. "James Carter, I remember that case. He disappeared in '85, no one ever found him. But there are rumors. The forest has something, not human." He told them about a legend, an ancient entity that lives in the mist, hunting those who trespass into its territory. "That box is a conduit," Harris said. "You opened it, you invited it." The next night, Ethan and Sophie placed the box outside the forest, hoping to return it. But when they returned home, the box was there, on the kitchen table, wide open, and the journal now had an extra page, written in Ethan's handwriting, even though he didn't remember writing it. "It's here." He screamed, through the box outside, but the figure appeared, not in the forest but right at the window, staring at him, its white eyes glowing in the dark. After seeing the figure at the window, Ethan and Sophie didn't stay overnight in the house. They ran to Bill's house a few blocks away, but the footsteps still echoed in Ethan's head. Not clearly, but like a heavy beat, pressing against his mind. Sophie checked the photos. Pictures of the double oak tree showed the figure, but now clearer. Tall, long hair, hand raised as if trying to pull them back. "What is it?" she asked, her voice trembling. Ethan didn't answer. He knew it wasn't leaving. They called Mr. Harris back, and he arrived the next morning carrying ancient books and a forest map. He read the new page in the journal. It is here, and frowned. It's not just James. This box is an invitation, a door. He told them more about the legend, the entity in the forest known as the Mist Man, with no fixed form, but always hunting those who touch its belongings. James opened the box, and now it's you, Harris said, his voice serious. Ethan reported it to the police again, and a team came to investigate. They searched the forest, dug around the double oak tree, and found bones, adult-sized, broken into pieces buried deep in the ground. DNA confirmed they belonged to James Carter. I reported the journal to the police, but they couldn't find any trace of James, Ethan recalled, but he knew it wasn't over. That night when the police team left, the footsteps returned. Not from the forest, but from inside Bill's house, as if someone was dragging their feet across the floor. Ethan decided to face it one last time. He, Sophie, and Harris took the box into the forest, placed it under the double oak tree, and burned it with gasoline. The flames roared. The journal burned to ashes, but a deep growl echoed, not from the fire, but from the earth, shaking the entire forest. Sophie screamed, "Run!" But Ethan stood still, watching the figure emerge from the smoke, tall white eyes, its hand reaching out, mouth moving. "Stay with me." Harris swung a carved ritual stick, shouting prayers, and the figure shrank into the mist, but didn't completely disappear. A final whisper echoed, "I stay." Ethan left Tasmania, moved to Melbourne, living in a modern apartment, with cameras everywhere. The footsteps gradually lessened, but every few months they returned, weak, like a reminder. One night, as he reviewed the camera footage, he saw it, the figure, standing in the corner of the room, hand raised, mouth moving. "Stay with me." He deleted the video, but the next morning, a dark streak appeared on his hand, like a burned handprint. Ethan never went back to the forest. He didn't know what the Mist Man was, James, or what had taken him. But whenever the mist appeared, he heard the footsteps, not from the forest, but from deep within his mind. Moscow, Russia, winter 2024, where the city is buried in white snow and biting cold winds cut through the air. Alexei, 34 years old, a software engineer, had just moved into an old apartment in the Arbat district, where Soviet-era buildings stood side by side, their dark brick walls covered with the marks of time. The small apartment, surprisingly cheap, had creaky wooden floors and foggy windows. The real estate agent had only said, "It needs repairs," and then quickly left. Alexei liked the peace and quiet. No noise from the busy streets, only the sound of the wind howling through the cracks in the door and the distant footsteps of his neighbors. He moved in on a snowy evening, the cold air seeping through his coat, and his breath forming white clouds. The apartment was cold but warm in its own way, with the scent of old wood and dampness. The bathroom was small with cracked tiles, and a large mirror hung on the wall covered with a thin layer of dust. Alexei cleaned the mirror, planning to fix it later. But every time he stepped into the bathroom, a strange feeling made him shiver, as if someone were standing behind him, watching over his shoulder. After moving into the new apartment in Moscow, I started seeing a strange figure in the bathroom mirror at night, Alexei recalled, his voice still shaking as he remembered the first time. Everything began on the third night after he moved in. He was brushing his teeth, the fluorescent light flickering faintly, when he briefly saw a figure in the mirror, tall, vague, standing right behind him, but without a face. Just a dark spot where the eyes and mouth should have been. He turned around, his heart pounding, but there was no one. Just him and the sound of water dripping from the faucet. He laughed nervously, thinking he was tired, but when he looked back at the mirror, the figure was gone. The next night, the figure returned, this time clearer, standing still, as if watching. Alexei turned on the light brighter, checked around the apartment. No one, no footprints, nothing but the heavy silence. He told himself it was just an illusion caused by the light reflection, but the feeling of being watched did not go away. Every time he entered the bathroom, the mirror seemed colder, his breath fogging up on the glass, and the figure appeared, always tall, always faint, but always a little closer. The next morning, Alexei asked his neighbor, Olga, an elderly woman, who had lived downstairs for over 30 years. She looked at him, her eyes cloudy. That apartment. It has a history. The previous owner left without a word. I heard someone went missing a long time ago. Alexei smiled awkwardly, thinking she was just superstitious, but her words kept echoing in his mind. He installed a small camera in the bathroom, hoping to catch the origin of the figure, but the video only recorded him, or so he thought. When he looked closely in the corner of the mirror, a faint figure stood still, its hand raised, as if wanting to touch the glass. The figure kept appearing. Every night, it was there, at 1 a.m., at 3 a.m., not at fixed times, but always in the mirror. Alexei began recording. No strange noises, but when he replayed the recordings, a faint whisper could be heard. Ostanja. Stay. He shuddered, deleted the recording, but it kept repeating in his head. He closed the bathroom door, avoiding looking at the mirror, but the whispering came through, not from the bathroom but from the air, like someone standing right behind him. One night, when the figure appeared, Alexei heard another sound, oah. Light scratching, like fingernails scraping the glass coming from the mirror. He turned on the light, looked straight into the mirror, and this time, the figure wasn't faint anymore. It was tall, wearing an old coat, long hair covering its face, but the eyes, white, glowing like lights in the dark. He screamed, dropping his toothbrush, and when he looked back, the figure was gone, leaving a faint smudge on the mirror, like a large handprint, slowly fading in the cold. After seeing the handprint on the mirror, Alexei no longer felt safe in the apartment. He locked the bathroom door, pulled the curtains shut, but the figure still appeared, not just in the bathroom mirror, but in the window, in the lights. Always tall, always silent, but always closer. I saw the strange figure in the bathroom mirror every night, even though I checked the whole apartment, he wrote in his journal, his hands shaking as he wrote. He tried everything, leaving the lights on all night, sleeping in the living room, even praying, but the whispering didn't stop. Ostanja. And the figure didn't disappear. One night, when the scratching started, Alexei decided to face it. He put on a warm coat, grabbed a flashlight and a kitchen knife, and opened the bathroom door. The air was icy, his breath fogging up in the darkness, and the mirror reflected him. But not just him. The figure was there, tall, its white glowing eyes, its hand raised as if wanting to touch the glass. He screamed, "Is anyone there?" But the figure didn't answer, only tilted its head, then moved toward him. Not in the room, but in the mirror, its feet dragging on the glass, leaving a dark, murky trail. Alexei stepped back, the knife falling to the ground, but the figure stopped, its hand touching the glass. and the mirror shook, as if about to break. He felt a cold rush around his neck, like an invisible hand tightening. The whispering echoed, not from the mirror but from right beside his ear. "Ostancia so mnoi. Stay with me." He screamed, ran out of the room, slammed the door, but the scratching erupted. Scratching, like someone was scraping the glass from the inside. He ran to the living room, his heart pounding, but when he looked back, the bathroom door was wide open, even though he was sure he had locked it. The next morning, Alexei checked the mirror. The dark streak was gone, but the glass had a long crack, as if someone had struck it hard. He called his best friend Katya, a freelance journalist, to come see. Katya laughed when she heard the story. "You've been watching too many horror movies." But when she entered the bathroom, she stopped laughing. She knocked on the wall behind the mirror, and a hollow sound echoed, not the solid wall. "There's something behind here," she said, taking a hammer and breaking it. The wall cracked open, revealing a small hollow, and inside was an old photograph, its yellowed paper covered in dust. "One day when I was fixing the plumbing, I found an old photo hidden behind the wall," Alexei recalled, and when they opened it, a musty smell rose, like rotting paper and damp earth. The photo showed a man, tall, wearing an old coat, standing in front of the bathroom mirror, but his face was pale, his eyes empty, as if lacking pupils. Katya shuddered. "What the hell is this?" But Alexei stood still, feeling a cold rush around his feet. The whispering erupted, not from the wall but from the photo. "Ostancia!" He screamed, dropping the photo, but Katya snapped a picture before it hit the floor. That night, the whispering didn't just come from the bathroom. It echoed throughout the house, from the walls, ceiling, and floor. Alexei called Katya again, and the two decided to investigate. They asked Olga, and she told them, this apartment used to belong to Ivan Petrov, who went missing in 1970. They say he went mad, always staring into the mirror, whispering to himself. Alexei shuddered. The man in the photo was Ivan, and so was the figure. They brought the photo to a priest, Father Sergei, who looked at it and frowned. "This isn't just a ghost. There's something holding him." Father Sergei performed a ritual, sprinkling holy water, reciting prayers, burning incense, and the whispering stopped midway, replaced by a deep screech, like breath being strangled. But that night, the figure returned, not in the mirror, but standing in the corner of the bedroom, its white eyes glowing, its hand reaching out as if to pull him back. Alexei screamed, threw a pillow at it, but the figure dissipated, leaving a black streak on the floor. Fine, like ash. After seeing the figure in the bedroom, Alexei and Katya didn't stay in the apartment overnight. They ran to Katya's house, a few blocks away, but the whispering still echoed in Alexei's head. Not clearly, but like a heavy sensation, pressing against his mind. Katya checked the photo she had taken, the man standing in front of the mirror but now clearer. White eyes, hand raised as if trying to break free. "What is it?" she asked, her voice trembling. Alexei didn't answer. He knew it wasn't leaving. They called Father Sergei back, and he arrived the next morning carrying holy books and a silver cross. He examined the photo, frowned. "This is Ivan, but it's not just him. There's something in the mirror, not human." He told them about a legend, souls trapped in mirrors, becoming conduits for deep, lingering hatred. "Ivan didn't disappear," he said. "He was pulled into it." He performed another ritual, burning the photo, sprinkling holy water on the mirror, reciting prayers throughout the night, and the figure didn't appear, but the whispering returned, not from the mirror, but from the walls, as if someone was scratching from the inside. Alexei decided to leave the apartment. He asked Katya to find someone to rent it, but no one stayed for more than one night. They said they heard whispering and saw the figure in the So you've walked through 26 doors of mystery, from rooms filled with resentment, forests that never sleep, to mirrors reflecting the deepest fears. Each story, from the tattered doll in Brazil, the haunting diary in Australia, to the cold figure in Russia, has left its mark, an unanswered question, and an unsettling sense of unease. Do you feel it? The cold breeze passing by, the faint whisper in the night, or the shadow darting from the corner of your eye? Perhaps these stories are not just tales, they are warnings, an invitation from entities that never truly leave. But the journey is not over. There are countless other dark corners of the world, mysteries yet to be uncovered, and stories waiting to be told. We will return, bringing with us new fears, trickier puzzles, and endings you won't forget. Keep your eyes and ears open, because next time the story might not just be a story, but something much closer than you think. Thank you for accompanying us on these 26 paths. Now take a look around. Are you sure you're alone? Don't stray too far. The next secrets are waiting for you ahead.